Lột luôn. Memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. Three, two, one. This is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Định, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi bừng ngọn lửa khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. First World Science event reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được phát tán bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư về nghề khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
Continue with the session that we have just after? Because the whole sequence in 5 minutes. Do you want my phone so you can send me a message? So it means that we will have to. Yes, because we have finished lunch already, and otherwise we will be late on the schedule. Maybe I can give you my phone number so you can send me a message. They can come. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we will say that we have another view from the satellite to the.
So you wanna go before me? Then I can
What
walk
do you
around.
think? I can
No, I will.
First World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school.
Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi tung ngọn đuốc khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ
talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school.
Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư về nghề khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. Committee's Memorandum the First World Science event reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school.
Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo Bộ Khoa học Công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi bừng ngọn lửa khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. the tone of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And
communities. These decisions provide the foundations for the establishment in May 2021 of the IPU Working Group on Science and Technologies as a parliamentary focal point on issues related to science and technologies. To continue implementing the outcomes and objectives of the first Science for Peace schools, the Science for Peace Parliamentary meeting is planned to be held from the 11th to 13th September 2023 in the International Center for Interdisciplinary Science and Education in Quy Nhơn, Vietnam. The primary objective of the IPU Science for Peace project is to realize the visions of unity through science for the purpose of peaceful coexistence and act as a platform for dialogue between parliaments on subjects related to IPU's core objective. Thus is the reason for today's ceremony. And we would like to introduce the distinguished guests. Distinguished guests from abroad. Và chúng tôi xin trân trọng giới thiệu các vị đại biểu về phía quốc tế. Ông Martin Chung Gong, Tổng thư ký IPU. Mr. Martin Chung Gong, Secretary General of the IPU. So we'd like you to just stand up and say hi to people. Đó. Ông Mokhtar Omar, Cố vấn cao cấp của Tổng thư ký Liên minh Nghị viện Thế giới. Mr. Mokhtar Omar, Special Advisor to the Secretary General of the IPU. Giáo sư Trần Thanh Vân, Chủ tịch Hội Khoa học Gặp gỡ Việt Nam, Giám đốc Trung tâm ISIS. Professor Trần Thanh Vân, President of Rong du Vietnam, Director of the ISIS Center. Giáo sư Lê Kim Ngọc, Chủ tịch Hội Bảo trợ Trẻ Em Việt Nam tại Pháp. Professor Lê Kim Ngọc, President of Aid for Children of Vietnam in France. Ông Maurizio Bona, Phó Chủ tịch Ban chỉ đạo năm quốc tế khoa học cơ bản vì phát triển bền vững. Mr. Maurizio Bona, Vice Chair of International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development. Ông Dennis Norton, Chủ tịch Ủy ban Công tác IPU về khoa học và công nghệ. Mr. Dennis Norton, the Chair of IPU's Committees of Science and Technologies. Và gần 40 đại biểu từ 13 quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ trên toàn thế giới về tham dự. And nearly 40 delegates from 13 countries and territories around the world participate. Về phía khách mời Trung ương, chúng tôi xin trân trọng giới thiệu ông Nguyễn Đức Hải, Ủy viên Trung ương Đảng, Phó Chủ tịch Quốc hội Việt Nam. We'd like to introduce the distinguished guests from the state committees, Mr. Nguyễn Đức Hải, the Party Center Committee member, the Vice Chairman of the Vietnam National Assembly. Phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Vũ Hải Quân, Ủy viên Trung ương Đảng, đại biểu Quốc hội, Giám đốc Đại học Quốc gia, thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Associate Professor Dr. Vũ Hải Quân, Party Center Committee member, the member of Vietnam National Assembly, the Director of Vietnam National University at Ho Chi Minh City. Ông Nguyễn Tuấn Anh, Phó chủ nhiệm Ủy ban Khoa học Công nghệ và Môi trường của Quốc hội Việt Nam. Mr. Nguyễn Tuấn Anh, Deputy Head, Vietnam National Assembly's Committee of Science, Technology and Environment. Ông Phạm Phú Bình, Ủy viên Thường trực Ủy ban Đối ngoại của Quốc hội. Mr. Phạm Phú Bình, Permanent Member, Vietnam National Assembly's Committees of Foreign Affairs. Ông Nguyễn Hải Anh, Ủy viên Ủy ban Đối ngoại, Phó Chủ tịch kiêm Tổng thư ký Hội Chữ thập đỏ Việt Nam. Mr. Nguyễn Hải Anh, the member of Vietnam National Assembly's Committees of Foreign Affairs, Vice President and Secretary General of Vietnam Red Cross Society. Và các lãnh đạo, các chuyên viên, các vụ cục trực thuộc cùng tham dự, and various leaders, department heads and specialists from related agencies also attend the events. Về phía khách mời địa phương, chúng tôi xin trân trọng giới thiệu ông Hồ Quốc Dũng, Bí thư Tỉnh ủy tỉnh Bình Định, Chủ tịch Hội đồng Nhân dân tỉnh Bình Định. We would like to introduce a distinguished guest from Bình Định Province, Mr. Hồ Quốc Dũng, Provincial Party Secretary, Bình Định Province Chairman, and the Chairman of Bình Định Province People's Committee. Ông Phạm Anh Tuấn, Chủ tịch Ủy ban Nhân dân tỉnh Bình Định. Ông Đoàn Văn Phi, Ủy viên Ủy ban Thường vụ tỉnh Bình Định, Phó Chủ tịch Hội đồng Nhân dân tỉnh Bình Định. Mr. Đoàn Văn Phi, the member of Bình Định Provincial Standing Committees, the Vice Chairman of Bình Định Province People's Committees. Ông Lâm Hải Giang, Phó Chủ tịch Ủy ban Nhân dân tỉnh Bình Định. Mr. Lâm Hải Giang, the Vice Chairman of People's Committees of Bình Định Province. Bà Lý Tiết Hạnh, Phó trưởng đoàn đại biểu tỉnh Bình Định. Ms. Lý Tiết Hạnh, the Deputy Chief of Delegation of the National Assembly of Bình Định Province. Phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Đỗ Ngọc Mỹ, Hiệu trưởng Trường Đại học Quy Nhơn. Associate Professor Dr. Đỗ Ngọc Mỹ, Director of Quy Nhơn University. Và cùng các đồng chí lãnh đạo các sở ban ngành của tỉnh Bình Định, together with the other leaders of provincial departments and agencies of the Bình Định Province. Và bên cạnh đó thì tôi xin trân trọng giới thiệu đại diện của các cơ quan báo chí truyền thông trung ương cũng như là địa phương, VTV1, VOV1, Thông tấn xã Việt Nam, Báo Nhân dân, Báo Tuổi Trẻ, Báo Thanh niên, Báo Dân trí, Báo VN Express, Đài truyền hình tỉnh Bình Định, Báo Bình Định cùng có mặt trong chương trình ngày hôm nay. Additionally, I would like to introduce representatives from various central and local media agencies, VTV1, the Vietnam Televisions, VOV1, the Voice of Vietnam Radio, TTXVN, the Vietnam News Agency, Nhân dân Newspaper, Tuổi Trẻ Newspaper, Thanh niên Newspaper, Dân trí Newspaper, and VN Express Newspaper. They are all here to join us within today's program. And next, I would like to introduce, with the respect, Mr. Motak Omar, the Special Advisor to the Secretary General of the IPU, to the stage to moderate the opening sessions. Please welcome to the stage.
So, good morning, everybody. We are very honored today to have you all here. I would like to the MC have gave an overview about the story of Science for Peace, but I would like to give you the story of Vietnam and IPU. In 2015, Vietnam hosted one of the most important assemblies for Inter-Parliamentary Union. At that time, Vietnam gave the whole world a message of hope that yes, everybody can rebuild itself. In 2015, we decided to have a very close relation with Vietnam. And this has happened. Since then, we come every year here. We look at Vietnam as a real partner, a center of hope, a center of knowledge. The message that you all give the world is very important. I would like to start by thanking our member states. I would like to start to thank Vietnam as a member state that helped us to do all the activities that we want to do all the activities in peace and in science. After our meeting here, everybody will go to Hanoi. We have the biggest conference for young parliamentarians. They are the responsible about the future, and they are responsible about engineering together the relation between science and politics. As I am thanking Vietnam as a member state, I also would like to thank, on behalf of the IPU, Qatar, the Shura Council of Qatar. They are the partners. They knew how important the time for peace. They knew how important that we should work together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a most important part of history, never been there before. In any time before the world wars, it was always the war between the East and the West. Right now, you have it all over. You have East and the West, you have North and South, what's happening in the Sahel, what's happening in Africa, what's happening in Europe, what's happening in the Middle East. Countries are falling down. So it is the time for rebuilding peace. It is the time to give peace a chance. I would like also, with a huge honor, to thank the heads of the IPU committees. We have Dennis, the head of the Working Group on Science. We have Madame Agnes, the president of the Country Working Group on Countering Terrorism, high level on countering terrorism. We have Mr. Mohammed, the president of from Qatar, the president of the first Committee of Science and Technology. We have also from France, we have the head of the Middle East Committee. It's the first time you have the major players in the IPU who works in peace to come here in Geneva. I would like to continue thanking lots of people, but I cannot start thanking everybody except by start thanking Van and Kim. They are the energy that bringing us. Yes, we come very far. People are coming from Africa, from Europe, but we are all coming because there is a message Van and Kim are trying to spread to the world, and we're trying to take it. So I would like really to thank also the partners like CERN and of course ICISE and JESDA, all those partners with us for our message. I would like to say just a simple thing, that this is the meeting, is the parliamentary chapter of a first meeting that we did in December in CERN for the technical, the secretariat. It was all about, can science really be an enabler of peace? Can we have a relation between politics and science in sake of humanity? Those are the questions. Van he realized the importance of bringing back humanity to be the center of science. And this is what we are trying to do, to put back humanity as the center of science, not the profit as the center of science. We want to look at humans as human, not a consumer, not a follower, not a user or misused. We want to put back the definitions of humanity, the well-being of humanity. I would like to thank you all. We have a 3-day meeting of discussions. That will be the political chapter of a technical chapter regarding the relation between science and politics. And again, thank you very much, Van. Thank you, Kim, for having us. And would like to thank everybody that came from around the world. I have a very special thanks for the people who came from Africa. Very special thanks. From the Sahel countries, from Zambia, from Mali. Those are the most important that we have to communicate directly with them. We shouldn't forget them. Most of the world trying to forget the Sahel, trying to forget the importance and the agonies of the... But we are here to remind them that between us, we have a representation of the Sahel people. And we hope that what we are doing now can help to be implemented in the Sahel countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Van. Thank you, Kim. Thank you all. Thank you very much. I believe that I will have to do the role of the master ceremony now. And I would like to start with a great honor with the Vice President of the National Assembly of Vietnam. Please, sir.
Kính thưa giáo sư Trần Thanh Vân, Giám đốc Trung tâm Quốc tế Khoa học và Giáo dục liên ngành. Thưa ông Dennis Lawton, Chủ tịch nhóm công tác về khoa học và công nghệ Liên minh Nghị viện Thế giới. Thưa các đồng chí lãnh đạo tỉnh Bình Định, các nhà khoa học thế giới và các nhà khoa học Việt Nam. Thưa các quý vị đại biểu và khách quý tham dự hội nghị ngày hôm nay. Được sự ủy quyền của đồng chí Chủ tịch Quốc hội, thay mặt Quốc hội Việt Nam, tôi xin nhiệt liệt chào mừng các vị khách quý, các vị đại biểu đã tới dự hội nghị về an ninh và bất an nguồn nước, xây dựng hòa bình bằng khoa học tại thành phố Quy Nhơn tươi đẹp. Nhân dịp này, tôi xin gửi tới quý vị đại biểu lời chào trân trọng, lời chúc sức khỏe, hạnh phúc, chúc hội nghị của chúng ta thành công như mong muốn. Thưa các quý vị đại biểu, nước gắn liền với sự sống là tài nguyên thiết yếu, nhưng trong số đó chỉ có 3% lượng nước trên thế giới là nước ngọt. Trên thế giới, khoảng 1/3 số quốc gia đang bị thiếu nước. Dự báo đến năm 2025, con số này sẽ tăng lên 2/3 với khoảng 35% dân số thế giới rơi vào tình cảnh thiếu nước nghiêm trọng. Ở một số quốc gia, lượng nước bình quân trên đầu người đang giảm đáng kể. Vì vậy, mối quan tâm về nước không phải là vấn đề của riêng một quốc gia nào, mà là vấn đề có tính toàn cầu. Trở thành vấn đề an ninh nguồn nước, một trong vấn đề thách thức an ninh phi truyền thống lớn mà nhân loại phải đối mặt hiện nay và là chủ đề tại nhiều diễn đàn lớn trên thế giới. Trong bối cảnh này, chúng tôi rất hoan nghênh và đánh giá cao sáng kiến của Trung tâm Quốc tế Khoa học và Giáo dục liên ngành phối hợp cùng Liên minh Nghị viện Thế giới IPU tổ chức hội nghị an ninh và bất an nguồn nước, xây dựng hòa bình và bằng khoa học. Thưa các quý vị, mặc dù mỗi quốc gia có cách tiếp cận riêng nhưng về an ninh nguồn nước nhưng đều thống nhất là khái niệm an ninh nguồn nước. Các hệ sinh thái nước ngọt, nước biển và các hệ sinh thái liên quan để bảo vệ an ninh phố, đảm bảo nhu cầu nước cho mục đích sinh hoạt, sản xuất, đảm bảo cho phát triển bền vững và ổn định chính trị. Mọi người dân đều được tiếp cận đầy đủ nguồn nước sạch với các đối tượng dễ bị tổn thương được bảo vệ trước rủi ro thảm họa.
faire face à toutes les défis le Vietnam a plus de 3000 fleuves et rivières différentes. Chaque année, nous disposons de 863 mètres cubes d'eau, mais une grande partie de l'eau est de l'eau Vietnam eau douce du plan des largement de l'eau des fleuves qui ont des sources dans des pays voisins. C'est dans ce contexte que l'eau est vraiment effectivement une des premières préoccupations du Vietnam. Pour assurer, pour avoir un développement durable, le Vietnam doit faire face à ces défis. Nous avons de nombreux défis. D'abord, la répartition de l'eau est fortement déséquilibrée entre les différentes régions. Au cours de ces 50 dernières années, les besoins augmentent considérablement dans certaines provinces et régions. On dispose de beaucoup de d'eau, mais dans d'autres parties, on souffre de la pénurie. À cela s'ajoute des catastrophes naturelles, comme vous le voyez dans le delta du une menace très importante pour cette région d'habitants et la montée des sources de Vietnam dans cette cela ajoute bien sûr la pollution de l'eau, la sécheresse et la salinisation de différentes parties du delta américain. Donc là, c'est vraiment inquiétant pour le Vietnam. Il est important d'avoir des mesures pour avoir créé des réserves d'eau, non seulement pour le Mekong, mais et dans des régions reculées, montagneuses, les difficultés liées à l'eau est encore très redoutable, très élevée. De l'eau, la politique dans des agglomérations, dans des zones rurales, reste encore très élevée. Sur un même bassin, là, il y a aussi des difficultés, des questions la préservation des ressources d'eau, de nappes phréatiques et l'approvisionnement de l'eau potable, non seulement pour les régions nombreuses, mais également beaucoup d'agglomérations. Donc les questions liées à l'eau, ce n'est pas seulement une question spécifiquement vietnamienne, mais aussi ça concerne beaucoup de pays. C'est pour cette raison que je suis convaincu que notre colloque contribuera certainement à relever ces défis. Mesdames et messieurs, dans notre langue vietnamienne, un pays s'appelle, l'interprète fait une traduction notamment c'est des terres et de l'eau. Donc ça veut dire que même dans la conscience profonde des Vietnamiens, donc un pays est associé à des ressources d'eau. Donc là, ça c'est pour parler de nos consciences populaires. Et d'autre part, dans notre tradition, nous considérons l'eau comme un des facteurs importants. C'est pour cette raison que dans les politiques mentales et dans les régions, on a beaucoup de textes sur la gestion de l'eau et l'aménagement des ressources d'eau, des investissements dans les infrastructures pour résoudre cette question de liée à l'eau. Pour mieux gérer ces ressources d'eau, une bonne utilisation de ces ressources précieuses. Au cours de ces derniers temps, l'Assemblée nationale du Vietnam a de nombreuses initiatives, notamment dans le cadre de l'IPU, mais aussi dans le cadre de l'IPU, pour une bonne coopération entre notre Assemblée nationale et les parlements du monde.
NA and IPU will organize the 9 chunks deputies of the NA is very important. That is very important for the young parliament members for the sustainable development by 2030 agenda. We need to have, addressing the water security issue for the entire population in the world. Within the framework of this meeting, we call upon the international cooperation for the water security, reducing these improper happenings now. I would require all participants to share challenges and share solution experiences and recommendation for the topic. And following to 4 section, it is the water issue, peace, legislation, and the good practices for the IPU networks on the water security, case study of Vietnam, Middle East, and Africa, and the cooperation for different projects that we can strengthen. And we also hope that participants here, we will come up with the commitment for the objective that we are going to do now and in the future for the water security, insecurity, rebuilding, peaceful coexistence with a sign for the prosperity of country and water security, and addressing the target of sustainable development by 2030. And we have 3 days. Unfortunately, I could not attend fully, but with the opening session, and I would like to share with you that for what already prepared properly and active participation from the scientists and from participants here, we will see the success of the meeting here. And the deputies attending the NA and also being delegate of National Assembly members will be very active. We will be proactive in joining different sections that we are going to organize the Young IPU's conference. Especially very important is the legislation improvement on water resource management. With that spirit, I would like to declare opening our meeting. I wish you all good health and a great success to our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opening remark of Mr. Nguyễn Đức Hải, Vice President of the National Assembly of Vietnam. And now I would like to invite you all to watch the video message of Mr. Martin Chung Ngong, IPU Secretary General. cho đưa tiếng vào cabin. Xin lỗi trong cabin chưa có tiếng. Đưa tiếng vào trong cabin. Hiện tại chưa có âm thanh.
It is my great pleasure to address you all at the opening of this session of the Science for Peace Parliamentary Meeting, a joint project with our partners at the International Center for Interdisciplinary Science and Education here in Cuneo. Sadly, I am unavailable to join you in person and to contribute to these important discussions. But I am certain that your deliberations during the next 3 days will be essential in the search for sustainable solutions for the benefit of all. This meeting represents one building block in efforts to build and institutionalize continuous, meaningful dialogue between the scientific and legislative communities. You will be asking yourselves several questions in relation to how science can provide a neutral platform for dialogue between conflicting parties in the search for peaceful coexistence, and what you, as legislators, experts, and scientists, can facilitate this dialogue and provide the necessary conditions for this neutral platform to exist. I speak to you today not only as Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, but also as the diplomacy moderator of the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator and co-chair of the Core Task Force on Anticipatory Science and Diplomacy, convinced of the need to break down silos between the scientific and legislative communities. I would like to convey my thanks to our partners at the ICISE in Pyongyang, who have welcomed us with open arms in Vietnam and demonstrated their continuous commitment to our common belief in the concept of science for peace. The ICISE is a haven for interdisciplinary science in Vietnam and Southeast Asia, and we are honored to participate with them. I would also like to thank the Qatari Shura Council for their continuous support to the IPU objectives during this joint project. We are proud to work with them for these important objectives. The IPU since 2016, through its Committee on Middle East Questions, has explored the important topic of science for peace. Over the past 6 years, its deliberations have led to tangible results demonstrating that science can support peaceful coexistence and that elements of conflict could be turned into reasons for coexistence through science. Today, that foundational work is yielding fruit in the form of this meeting, a collaborative and synergistic venture between the Committee on Middle East Questions and the IPU Working Group on Science and Technology. The Working Group on Science and Technology aims to ensure that the development and deployment of science and technology are carried out in a responsible, ethical, and sustainable manner. It is in the process of finalizing an international charter on the ethics of science and technology. The charter will establish a framework of principles to guide decision-making, research, and development, ensuring that science and technology are used for the betterment of humanity and the environment. This meeting comes at an essential time for us all, where more than ever we are reaching an environmental tipping point that requires urgent action from all of us. The climate change crisis and the rise in violent conflict is threatening livelihoods, ecosystems, and peace across the globe. This should be a cause for concern for us all. We are also increasingly aware of interlinkages between peace, between conflict and climate change. Over the next few days, you will be considering the theme of water security and insecurity, rebuilding peaceful coexistence with science. This topic is of great importance to us all, given the water crisis occurring around the world. Water security is a critical issue, as water is a fundamental element of human survival and dignity, playing a central role in the resilience of societies and the natural environment. It is therefore a potential source of conflict, but also an opportunity to bring peace through innovative solutions and collaboration. I encourage you to fully commit yourselves to this experience during the few days you are here, to listen attentively to the wealth of experience around you, to absorb all the knowledge you can, to ask questions, discuss, and think outside the box, and see what you can learn from others to take home in order to make the world a better place for the greater good of humanity. The possible positive implications for not only the people around you in the place you call home, but also your fellow citizens and future generations are boundless. I wish you a productive and collaborative week. Thank you.
IPU Secretary General, the Chairman of the Working Group on Science and Technology of the IPU, the Ambassador of Canada to Vietnam, Professor Chen Thanh-Vân, the Chairman of the Science Committee for Vietnam, and the Director for the Interdisciplinary Center for Science. The National Assembly delegates, the experts, scientists, and scholars from different countries around the world, and distinguished participants to the meeting today. While continuing the success of the scientific event within the framework of the Meet Vietnam 19 in 2023, taking place in the IPU Science Center. Today, at the city that see beautiful. So once again, it is a great pleasure and honor to see all the distinguished participants, the parliamentarians, the scholars and scientists from around the world to arrive to participate in the IPU Science for Peace parliamentary meeting. So together with the science in Union and the People's Committee of the Union. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the event today is the very first event, very important. Recording the MOU between the IPU with the science, so which is to be officially implemented. And at the same time, it is also the very important, meaningful event with high quality in terms of science in the context of the peace, sustainability and cooperation. So we are facing huge challenges. With these, within the framework of this meeting, the water security and insecurity on the basis of the scientific cooperation will be carefully discussed. But this event will make a significant contribution to reinvigorate the cooperation between the science community and the parliamentarians around the world. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the leaders of the People's Committee, I would like to extend sincere appreciation to Mr. Vũ Đức Hải, the Vice President of National Assembly of Vietnam, the Senior Advisor of the Secretary General of the IPU, and the Chairman of the Working Group on the Science Technology of IPU, the Canadian Ambassador to Vietnam, together with the other distinguished participants, scholars, scientists and experts from around the world arriving in Union to participate in the IPU Science for Peace and Parliamentary meeting today. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the science meeting today, together with the other scientific events within the framework of the annual event taking place in Vietnam, together with the science and the other relevant stakeholders, so have been taking place on a regular basis. So we have been receiving the attention from the leaders of the Party of Vietnam, from different levels of the government of Vietnam, together with the scientists and scholars around the world. So on behalf of the People's Province Committee, so I'd like to take this opportunity to extend the sincere appreciation, the great welcome to all of you. So once again, thank you, the scientists who have covered thousands of miles. So the scientists, even from the African continent and the other distant places around the world, to arrive in Quy Nhơn to participate in today's meeting and the previous meeting in Quy Nhơn. That a great honor from us to welcome all of you, and I would like to extend a sincere appreciation to the distinguished participants, so who have made significant contributions. So in terms of the science and expertise, experience, especially Mr. Trần Thanh Vân. So your contribution for the science to become the common house for the domestic and international scientists and scholars. It is. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I do hope that the distinguished participants will dedicate your time to visit the beautiful sites of Quy Nhơn and explore the cuisine of our city and the province. And upon this meeting, you will have another chance to return to Quy Nhơn. So not only to attend the scientific meetings, but also to make further contributions to the further development of the science and technology and the other area for the province of Bình Định and the city of Quy Nhơn. So in order to realize the dream for Quy Nhơn to become the leading scientific hub for the region and the world in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Once again, I would like to thank you and to wish you all good health, best wishes, and the best success to the meeting this week. Thank you. Cảm ơn ông Hồ Quốc Dũng, đại diện cho tỉnh Bình Định.
Welcome, Professor.
Kính thưa ông Nguyễn Đức Hải, Phó Chủ tịch Quốc hội Việt Nam và các đại biểu trong đoàn công tác. Kính thưa ông Monsieur Lekim Toàn, secrétaire adjoint permanent du comité provincial de Bình Định.
Mr. Mokhar Omar, Senior Advisor of the IPU Secretary General's Inter-Parliamentary Union. Mr. Omar has been joining with us, and he supports us to develop and set for the foundation between us and the IPU. I'd like to say greeting to the ambassadors of Canada for joining with us today for discussion with us about the development of the initiative, how CERN could contribute to peaceful coexistence. CERN, in CERN we have no political element included. CERN could be seen and integrated in all aspects of element for peaceful development and of course initiative for development. And Mr. Marobonas, former advisor to the Director General of CERN, CERN, and he is our friends with us. And I'd like to say I see the center here could be well operated. That is thanks to the friends, the world scientists joining with us, the friendship, the engagement, of course very important foundation for the development of the CERN platform here in Quy Nhơn province. I'd like to thank Mr. Dennis Noctent, Chair of the IPU Working Group on Science and Technology. And Thank you very much for your effort, all leaders and participants. On behalf of the Rangkong to Vietnam, I'd like to express our thanks for your coming to attend the IPU Science for Peace parliamentary meeting organized by the IPUs in coordination with the Province of IPU Committee, with the themes of water security, insecurity, rebuilding peaceful coexistence with science. As you know, water resources are important for our life, and there are a number of problems in the world, like conflict, war, and many other problems. In such context, the gatherings of scientists could generate the exchange, the cooperation in the context of the world's chaotic situation. The President, by His Excellency Vice Chairman of the National Assembly, Vietnam, and leaders from others administration here, reflect the special attention of the National Assembly, the state leaders, towards our IPU, especially the science centers, for making this event happen. The IPU Science for Peace parliamentary meeting today will set forth the way forward between the NA National Assembly members to strengthen the cooperation with the community of scientists to contribute to the sustainable development of our mankind, that we can avoid the conflict and the war which might happen. When establishing this International Center for Interdisciplinary Science and Education, or ICES, we just expected the scientists in the world could come to Vietnam to share with the domestic scientists here for the advancement, for the late-stage findings, that we could generate the new initiative for development right here in this center of the ICES centers. You can enjoy the atmospheres, the beautiful landscape, not all 100% constructed. You can still feel the nature here. We still keep the spirit of the landscape protection, environmental protection, that could be very helpful for the Vietnamese futures. Your engagement and participation from the state leaders with our rendezvous to Vietnam would be very important, with the interstatics scientists of over 1,000 scientists in the world, including 20 professors with Nobel Prize, or those with a mentor for the course on the development and international integration for science and education in Vietnam. The presence of the world's leading scientists is I think, important momentum to inspire the engagement in science and practitioner and scientists in Vietnam. And I see that in the context of international integration, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our friends from IPU for creating good condition to make our dreams happen. It is to meet, to exchange, to cooperate in science with IPU and making those things happen. Nothing is better than saying and doing. That is what we do want to see it in the future. And AC's Center will try, together with the central and provincial leaders, to strengthen the interdisciplinary science here in this center, that we can strengthen the center's potential for further implementation. We can do more for further engagement of the world scientists. And we also expect to have better attention and support from the central and local administration. And Quy Nhơn City would be the venue of gatherings the world scientists. And Quy Nhơn City will be a part of the Queenston's in the US, or the city that I already had chosen to visit after he left Germany. And we hope that we will need engagement from the Vietnamese scientists and the world ones in a way that in 10, 20, 50 years, Quy Nhơn City will be the brightest star in the skies of the science in Vietnam. I'd like to reiterate that in the context of international integration, and thanks to support by IPU, we have, together with Mr. Martin Chugong, the head of the IPUs, having the MOU signed in 2021 with further engagement of both sides for the future development of the closer cooperation between science and the National Assembly. Science is the issue which has been paid due attention by the state leaders, the party's leaders, that could lead us to success in the country's development. I'd like to take this opportunity to express our thanks to Mr. Makta Omar, Professor Murijo, Mr. Demi Martin, Miss Mary Hammers, Ms. Shiji Mary, and Dr. CERN, and all participants for your participation at this IPU Science for Peace Parliamentary meeting with the world's and Vietnamese scientists joining with us. This time is a special year. Vietnam raised a recommendation to take 2022-2023 is the International Years of Fundamental Science to support the sustainable development, and that initiative has been put into the public by the United Nations on the 2nd December 2021. Vietnam was the founder for realizing the initiative of the Decade of Science 2024-2030 to support sustainable development that United Nations already adopted on the 25th August this year. The development in science and great contribution of Vietnam in international integration in CERN has been very much under the cooperation and support from the National Assembly, Parliament between Vietnam and other countries. That is a great basis for our further development. That is the vision, the pathway for the future to sustainable development for our green earth. To look forward to the future that IPU and IC's centers will continue working together for the follow-up. IC's center expect to make these as the annual meetings for the scientists with further engagement of the diplomatic science among the parliament members amongst IPU. Once again, I'd like to say thank you very much, distinguished guests and all participants, for spending your time attending our meeting with us. And we wish the National Assembly, the policymaker will pay further attention to support the scientific development. That is the dream, the wish of Vietnam. That is a very fundamental for the country development. Thank you very much.
Xin chân thành cảm ơn giáo sư Trần Thành Vân cũng đã có chia sẻ về một lộ trình dài hơi.
In the ICIS and IPU, as well as the expectations for Quy Nhơn City and the Bình Định province. And to continue our program, we'd like to invite Mr. Dennis Norton, the chair of the Working Group on Science and Technology, to the stage to deliver his speech. Welcome, Mr. Dennis Norton.
Thank you, and I'm delighted to be here today, and I want to acknowledge first of all the presence of the Vice President of the National Assembly of Vietnam and the Secretary of Bình Định Provincial Party Committee. Thank you for being with us here today. Just briefly to introduce myself, first of all, I'm a Member of Parliament from Ireland, a windswept island in the northeast Atlantic Ocean, a long way from where we are today. Earlier this year, I turned 50 years of age, and I've spent half my life, I've witnessed at least 2 deaths every week, fueled by terrorism on our little island, based on the different Christian churches that we worshipped in. And for half my life, we have in our island lived with a very fragile peace. During this period, I've had the honour to serve in government, and as a result, helped to maintain that delicate coexistence between the two traditions on our island. One of the primary techniques that has helped us to maintain this peace over that time was building relationships between neighbours, between communities, and between countries. We've done this by firstly identifying and building on our common strengths, and secondly developing on what we can agree upon. But we've also used science as the universal non-religious truth to build new foundations upon which we can start to construct even stronger bridges of tolerance. As Minister, I was personally involved in building these new relationships across environmental policy, because regardless of where we live or what church we worship in, we all breathe the same air and we all drink the same water. We use science not just at policy and political level, but at citizen level, to firstly identify what our environmental problems were, and then to agree a roadmap to address these challenges. Through cooperation, building trust, building personal relationships, thus maintaining our precious peace. So when Ambassador Mokhtar Omar explained to me the concept of the Science for Peace schools, it really resonated with me, because I have seen firsthand how science has allowed neighbours to start talking with each other for the very first time, and for their grandchildren to play together. Science is the universal language that provides us all with a common platform to start an impartial engagement. And scientific method can establish robust facts. Science doesn't recognise borders. And let me say to the scientists here present that scientific knowledge must never be constrained by borders, whether they're north-south or east-west. Peace and science, though seemingly different, are deeply connected. Peace allows science to thrive, and science in return can lay the groundwork for a lasting peace. Evidence-based decision-making, informed by rigorous scientific research, ensures that our policies are not just effective, but they're both equitable and just. So with that at its core, the first forum of Science for Peace School was held last December in CERN, where we focused on the concept of water, applying the tools of scientific method and problem solving to the political and practical challenges of water shortage and supply issues, focusing primarily on two regions, namely the Middle East and the Sahel region of Africa, exploring how we could use technology to provide practical solutions to specific challenges, but also how we could use the tools of scientific engagement to start to build stronger relationships between neighbouring countries and their parliaments that were historically distant. The CERN campus was the ideal location to host the school, not just because of the culture of openness and problem solving, but also because the core purpose of the founding fathers of CERN, which was to foster cooperation between peoples in conflict while promoting a culture of problem solving. Sadly, this culture of problem solving has become increasingly more important today in an ever more polarised political atmosphere, where solution-orientated policy making is becoming a more peripheral aspect of decision making. It has become far too nationalistic. And while I don't have any issue with pride in one's country, there is sadly an ugly underside emerging, generating fear and suspicion of anyone who is different, be it in outlook or origin. Seeing firsthand the mix of outlook and origin at CERN, it was very evident that this was at the cornerstone of their problem-solving culture. And through a broader political engagement that took place over that week at the school, it demonstrated how solution-orientated policy can be incorporated into the wider political process. And that brings us here today to Hainan. And I want to thank Professor Van and Professor Kim and the International Centre for Interdisciplinary Science and Education for hosting us here. I want to thank the Interparliamentary Union, the Middle East Committee for the assistance in organising this event, and the chair of the Middle East Committee, Hubert, will be with us later on today. And Professor Maurizio Bonner, who has been a driving force behind this, along with Ambassador Omar from the very start. Over the next 3 days, we will bring the members of Parliament, the decision makers and future leaders together with the scientists. We are leaving our historical political baggage outside the door, along with the closed mindset to new solutions. In regions like yours, where water is both a lifeline and a potential source of conflict, scientific collaboration offers a beacon of hope. Through understanding, innovation, and cooperation, we can transform water scarcity from a challenge into an opportunity for peace building. This conference is very much a meeting of peers. It's not about honourable members or professors, it's about direct engagement. The contributions from the stage here will set the scene, starting a conversation that will be then opened up to the floor. This is about sharing knowledge and understanding on both sides. It's a two-way conversation that will start here in this room, but will continue over coffee, over lunch, over dinner, and over time itself. By fostering dialogue and creating a community of parliamentary experts, we aim to address global challenges under the neutral, evidence-based umbrella of science. In conclusion, the path to peace, especially in regions marred by conflict, is challenging. But let the mission of the Interparliamentary Union serve as an inspiration, a testament to the power of unity, understanding, and the unyielding pursuit of knowledge. To the combined efforts of science and politics, through dialogue and collaboration, we can pave a way for the future where resources are shared, challenges are met with innovation, and peace is lasting and profound. Thank you.
We'd like to say thank you so much to Mr. Dennis Norton, the chair of the Working Group on Science and Technology, for his speech. And now we'd like to invite the distinguished guests to look at the screen on the stage to listen to the video message from Mr. Rolf Hewer, the former Director General of the CERN and the President of the CSAM Council.
Excellent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and pleasure for me to address you at the opening of this parliamentary meeting. Let me start with a quote from the Potsdam Manifesto, which was written in 2005 by the Federation of German Scientists in the spirit of the Russell-Einstein Manifesto from 1955. And I quote, "To ensure global supply worthy of human beings and communities, competition, that is cooperative rivalry, can develop in a fostering and protective way only through innovation and creative productivity, while using the dynamic driving forces of a cooperative dialogical interaction among the cultures and people of the earth. Dialogue and exchange must and can be installed in all layers of life, particularly in the overlaps between cultures, and must constantly dynamically adapt." There are a lot of terms in this short piece which are related to science: innovation, creativity, competition, rivalry, cooperation, but also some related to peace: dialogue, culture, cooperation. Whereas the Einstein-Russell Manifesto could be characterized as science for diplomacy, the Potsdam Manifesto addresses science and diplomacy, or in other words, science for peace. With science, I mean science which comprises all sciences, be it basic, applied, natural, social, traditional, all of it. The role of science itself is to innovate, to discover, to publish and to share. But it also can and should bridge cultures and nations. Why? Because science is a universal language. It allows to compete and to cooperate at the same time and in a peaceful way. Ladies and gentlemen, always keep in mind, investments in science and technology in the past have laid the basis for our society today, for our well-being today. Investments in science and technology today will lay the basis for our society tomorrow, for our well-being tomorrow through sustainable development. Therefore, it is, at least in my mind, mandatory that science is taken into account in policy aspects, in policy making. Today's challenges don't stop at borders. We need global cooperation. And cooperation needs to comprise developing, emerging, and developed countries. We need to exploit all possible synergies. We need to bring the best brains and best hands from all regions together for the benefit and for the sustainability of society. I will now present you two shining examples of cooperation, which at the same time are outstanding examples for science for peace. The first example is CERN, a marvel of international cooperation. It was conceived late 1940s with two aims: enable construction of a facility for, at that time, nuclear and today mainly particle physics research beyond the means of individual members, and foster cooperation between peoples recently in conflict. Imagine some 80 years ago, Europe was in ruins, and a handful of visionary scientists and a handful of visionary diplomats, they got together at the end of the 40s to re-establish science in Europe. And they resonated. And the result? Within a few years, CERN was founded. I had the privilege to meet the last living father of CERN, the French diplomat François Desroses, twice. Once when he turned 100, and once after the discovery of the famous Higgs boson. Having seen his sparkling eyes, full of joy, you could well imagine the enthusiasm of scientists and diplomats at that time. And I cannot resist to quote also him. CERN is one of the achievements with which I am most proud to have been associated. I am still very attached to the organization, not only because of the many friends I have made, but also because it is such a noble cause. And don't forget, these are the words of a diplomat. Founded as a European laboratory, CERN today is since many years a global one. But CERN is not alone. It has a younger partner, exactly in the same spirit, Sesame, which is another marvel of international cooperation. 1997, on the proposal of many eminent scientists, efforts started under the patronage of UNESCO to establish an institute in the Middle East, driven by Middle East countries, very similar to and very similar in the spirit of CERN. This institute is called Sesame, Synchrotron Light for Experimental Science and Applications in the Middle East. And what was a dream at that time became reality 20 years later. Sesame was inaugurated in 2017. It was established with two aims: enable construction of a facility for a broad range of scientific research beyond the means of individual members. And secondly, foster cooperation between peoples, very similar to CERN. And the members are Cyprus, Egypt, Iran, Israel, Jordan, Palestine, Pakistan, Turkey, and since this month, as an associate member, Iraq. Besides its members, Sesame has some 20 observers, strong supporters from all over the world who contribute to the facility through in-kind donations and through some financial support. And CERN, of course, is such a strong supporter. And I want to make one important remark. Without this strong, continuous worldwide support, Sesame would simply not exist. But it shows which importance worldwide is given also to Sesame. Now I would like to continue a little bit on science, but only a little bit, don't worry. Last month, the UN General Assembly proclaimed by consensus the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, 2024 to 2033. Now this should give another incentive to work strongly on the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to mobilize, we need to interconnect, we need to cooperate, and we need to create the spirit prevailing at the creation of CERN and the creation of Sesame. CERN and Sesame are world-class international facilities to train the scientists of tomorrow and to produce excellent science. In addition, to bridge cultures and nations. Scientists can, they should, to my mind, they must be ambassadors for peaceful cooperation and they can, should, and must talk with the ambassadors for policy. Both have to talk to each other. They have to adapt and adopt their language. And that's what the purpose of this series of meetings is. I thank IPU that you engage into this very important theme. CERN hosted the first meeting. Today we are at ICISE. Sesame will be the next host in 2024. And to my mind, Sesame is an excellent place for discussions about science for peace. I wish you today an inspiring meeting this week and look forward to next year to see you at Sesame premises. Thank you.
We'd like to say thank you to the message of Mr. Rob Haver. And now we'd like to introduce you to listen to the video message from Mr. Steve Killier, the founder and executive chairman of the Institute for Economics and Peace.
It's my pleasure to be addressing you at the International Parliamentarians Union Science and Peace Conference. I really wish I could be there in person, but due to circumstances beyond my control, I just couldn't make it. But both peace and water are fundamental rights for all human beings. And the two are also highly interrelated. So I might start with water. So if we're looking at water, it's the first thing human beings need to survive. In fact, the planet without water wouldn't survive. And so if we're looking at the world globally at the moment, what we find is that there are 750 million people undernourished, basically because of the lack of access to food. And obviously, as everyone in this conference understands only too well, that food is based around water. Now, for water, when we look at it globally, again, it's an issue which really does need to be addressed. More people are suffering from lack of water than ever before. So we look at it globally, there's 1.4 billion people in 83 countries which have extreme water stress. And if we go back since the year 2000, the number of conflicts over water have tripled. These have been in places like Iraq, Somalia and Yemen. And the area of the world which is most affected is sub-Saharan Africa. We come round and we now look at Southeast Asia. By global standards, it's in reasonably good shape. There's only one country, Myanmar, which has a catastrophic threat from water stress. However, there are a number of other countries which are severely affected by water stress. Cambodia, Laos, Timor-Leste, Papua New Guinea and Indonesia. And what we find, this information I'm giving you comes out of the Institute for Economic and Peace's Ecological Threat Report. And so what we find is a strong relationship between conflict and lack of water. And so if we look at the world today, it actually is becoming less peaceful. The area of the world affected the most by lack of peace is again sub-Saharan Africa. And probably the area of the world which is worst affected is the Sahel region of sub-Saharan Africa, and again with many of the worst ecological threats, especially water, food and population growth. But the good news is we actually know what creates for a highly peaceful society. And that is called positive peace. And so as you increase the levels of positive peace, you also increase the resilience within the countries. The Institute for Economics and Peace has derived this through mathematical modelling and statistical analysis of over 50,000 different data sets, indexes and attitudinal surveys. And so what we find is this concept of positive peace not only creates for peaceful and resilience environments, it also creates for a lot of other things which we think are really important within our societies, such as higher GDP growth, better measures on a whole range of economic performance, better measures on well-being and happiness, better performance on ecological measures, which today we can see is exceptionally important. better measures on development as well. And therefore, in many ways, positive peace can describe an optimal environment under which human potential can flourish. So the problems of the world are interrelated. They're systemic. And so if we look at the concept of peace, it's a systemic concept. Many things interact together to create peace. And similarly, for a flourishing water system, many things come to interact together. But if we look at it from a societal systems perspective, unless the societal systems are functioning, we'll never capture enough water to adequately service the population of a country. And this brings us back to positive peace. So in these words, I'll finish up. It's been excellent speaking to you. And look, I'm just really sad that I'm not at the conference, but again, circumstances beyond my control just meant I couldn't get there. So, everyone, enjoy the conference, and I truly wish I'd been there. Goodbye. It's my pleasure to be addressing
to the stage Mr. Tatsujiro Suzuki, the member of the Council of PAGWAS Conference on Science and World Affairs. Please welcome Mr. Suzuki.
Yes, that was right. Yes, it should be on it. Yes, this one. Yes. Thank you. Come on, and xin chào. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. First, I'd like to express my sincere thanks for the organizer to invite me to give me opportunity to share my thoughts on this important subject. And let me introduce myself a little bit more. My background is nuclear engineering, but I've been studying interaction between science and public policy. And PAGWAS conference is the organization to devote to elimination of nuclear weapons and also elimination of war. So I've been working on this civilian nuclear energy and nuclear disarmament. I also served as a vice chairman of the Japan Atomic Energy Commission at the government from 2010 to 2014, during which time we experienced a severe Fukushima nuclear accident, which changed my life, actually. So I'd like to share my thoughts based on my expertise and experience. I'd like to talk about 4 subjects today. I'd like to probably make it short a little bit from my plan, but these are the 4 subjects. Let me start with the PAGWAS conference. The origin of the PAGWAS conference in the Russell Einstein Manifesto published in 1955. In 1954, you remember that there was a serious hydrogen bomb experiment at the first time. So at that time, hydrogen bomb was supposed to be clean nuclear bomb, but that's not the case. So this manifesto had 3 main messages. First one is the scientists who have to inform the public that the real danger of the hydrogen bomb. That's the role of scientists, independent from the politics, free from the political influence. The second point is appeal for peace. If we have a conflict, new technology can bring up new weapons. So in order to eliminate nuclear weapons, we have to eliminate the war. The third point is the appeal as a human being. It's very important. Not only as a scientist, as a human being, we call for the people in the world that, let's see, you have to have remember your humanity, not forget the rest. That's the very famous phrase from the Russell Einstein Manifesto. This speech inspired the Canadian businessman to host the PAGWAS conference in the village of PAGWAS in 1957. This is the first conference inviting the scientists from East and West. 2 key concepts. One is dialogue across divide, which means scientists can talk over the national borders, over the national interest, and exchange views and explore solutions based on science and mutual interest. The second point is social responsibility of scientists. Scientists are the ones who know potential impacts of science, and that should inform the policymaker and the public regarding the positive and negative impacts of the science. The Pugwash Conference started to work on this nuclear disarmament, and finally they won the Nobel Peace Prize. And the right-hand side is Dr. Russell Rothbard, who was the only scientist quitted from the Manhattan Project when he learned that Germany is no longer capable of making nuclear weapons, and there's no meaning for developing nuclear weapons, so he quit from the Manhattan Project, and he devoted his life to nuclear disarmament. So this is, unfortunately, he passed away in 2003, and, his efforts actually proved to be very important for the nuclear disarmament. We hosted the Pugwash Conference in Nagasaki, Japan in 2015. Let Nagasaki be the last is our message. And also three key messages here: social responsibility of scientists, not only for nuclear technology, but all other advanced technologies. And dialogue across the divide is very important during this conflict, international conflict. And finally, remember your humanity and forget the rest are the final message we gave at the Nagasaki conference. Okay, let's move on to science and policy making. This is the phrase I like, given by David Gray of ESA. Science without policy is still science, but policy without science is gambling. So science is essential for policy making. And then next key concept I'd like to introduce today is called trans science, which is also introduced by a famous scientist, Dr. Alvin Weinberg. He was a scientist developing a nuclear technology. He published a paper on 1972, the questions which can be addressed by science, but cannot be answered by science. That's the issue called trans science. And this is a typical current many issues are trans science issues. It's not really pure science issues. And I will also introduce some of the examples of organization giving a scientific advice. This is the first one is European Group on Ethics in Science and New Technologies. And important thing is their organization is independent from political influence and a multidisciplinary body. And their statement in during the pandemic is also very useful to read. The point here is also they're talking about the science is between the science and policymakers. They have to give advice to the policymakers. And also, the final sentence says, communicating uncertainty about the science, complexity of science. This is very important. Science is not giving you the pure answer. Science always comes with the uncertainty. This is very important. National Academy of Science is very famous. This is also set up by the Act of Congress and Parliament and signed by the President Lincoln in 1863. And this is providing independent, objective advice to the nation, to the government, related to science and technology. And this is very also typical organization giving a scientific advice to the government. UK also have a science advisory organ. This is within the government, not independent from the government, but still very important. Within the government, you need a scientific advisor. They learned the lesson from the BSC crisis. They established a new organization called SAGE, Scientific Advisory Group for Emergency. This is very important. They played a very important role in the pandemic and also Fukushima nuclear accident. Here, the final sentence is very important. Transparency is very essential to maintain the trust of this group. Science Council was established actually right after World War II, and because of their reflection that the scientists cooperate with the government to develop a military research. So after the World War II, the parliament established this council to advise the government independently from the government. So it's very important. But unfortunately, by the way, in 1950 and 1967, Science Council issued a statement that the Japanese scientists will not conduct any military research, military purposes. This concept is still alive. In 2017, they restated this statement. During that time, Abe government tried to introduce a new funding scheme, Minister of Defense funding scheme, to the universities, so-called security-related basic research. And so they issued a statement that this kind of arrangement may undermine independence of the science. However, 2020, new Prime Minister Suga rejected the candidates for the new member of the council, saying that without any explanation that the Prime Minister has a right to reject the new members of the Science Council. This still continues. Right now, the government set up a special committee to discuss the future of the Science Council of Japan. We are afraid that this kind of movement by the government to undermine the independence and freedom of academic research. So please support us to keep the Science Council to be very, very independent organization. All right, let's go to the role of Parliament in science and policy. Probably you have heard the term technology assessment. This is an old concept, actually, originated in 1967, introduced by the Congressman, Emilio Daddario. And the Office of Technology Assessment was established within the Parliament, within the Congress. The function was to clarify the possible advantage, disadvantage of the special innovation and provide policy alternatives set up by the US Congress in 1972. And very important, TA can also, technology assessment organization is set up as a bipartisan so that it should be independent from the political influence. And Congress has a special organization like this to check the executive branch's policy on the science. So this is a very important function for the Congress. Unfortunately, OTA was abolished in 1995, but the function of technology assessment still remains within the Congress. And the concept of technology assessment and organization spread it to the Europe also. There are many organizations listed in these slides. And institutional design vary depending on the social political structure in each country. But the point is that they work as independent organization, giving a scientific advice to the Parliament and Congress. And they collaborate with each other in Europe. And technology assessment methodology itself has been evolving even now. And particularly important thing is the new trend is so-called participatory technology assessment was introduced by the Danish government in 1990s, which means the citizens now are involved in the assessment of technology. Okay, let's talk about the water issue, which is the key subject of this conference, particularly the water, treated water released to the sea from the Fukushima nuclear power plant. This is my personal lessons learned from the Fukushima nuclear accident. The first one, think unthinkable. You cannot predict, you cannot assume that everything goes well. That's the first thing. And also, fundamental reform must take place. This is the recommendation done by the Fukushima nuclear accident independent investigation commission, set up the Parliament. Executive branch did set up an investigation committee, but the Parliament independently established this committee. And their recommendation is that not only technical fix, but they also recommended the fundamental reforms of the safety governance. Particularly important thing is regulatory capture. Means regulatory organization was influenced by the utility companies, the nuclear operators, and so on. So now they established, the Parliament established truly independent nuclear regulatory agency in Japan. That's very good. But the one of our recommendation is made by this committee is continuous oversight by the parliament over the executive branch. This has not been established yet, unfortunately. And of course, need for scientific advice, particularly during the crisis situation, is very complicated at that time. This is also similar to the pandemic situation. We don't have, in Japan, we still don't have an independent scientific advice organization in Japan. And the final thing is so-called engineering risk assessment is not enough. We have to consider social, economic, legal, and even ethical impacts of the risk should be assessed. And most importantly, lack of public trust is the most important lesson learned from the accident. We still have a lack of trust since after the Fukushima accident on the nuclear industry, nuclear science, unfortunately. So this is the background of this water issue. What is called ALPS treated water. ALPS is Advanced Liquid Processing System. It's supposed to eliminate the radioactive nuclide except tritium, and then clean it up, the so-called contaminated water. You can see the water, underground water is flowing from the mountainside and goes through beneath of the nuclear reactors in the Fukushima, so it's contaminated. And they use that water to cool the reactor nuclear fuel. Still, we have to keep cooling it. And so it's heavily contaminated. So what to do with this? Their answer is to treat this process by ALPS, purify it, and you show the picture of the clean water, but radioactive nuclides you cannot see anyway, so I don't know what this clean water means, but you have to check monitor the radioactive nuclides in this water. The idea is relatively simple, but operation is very complicated. I don't want to go into detail, but the whole point is this is an unprecedented operation. You have never experienced this kind of huge amount of radioactive contaminated water, and they purify it and dilute it, and then release to the sea. And there are many points of checking, and everything must move very well, But as I said, don't assume everything goes well. That's the problem. And this is, again, government, Ministry of Economy and Trade and Industry, and Tokyo Electric Power Company operators plan. Purify and dilute, so the treated water is much, much more clearer than the regulatory standard, about 1/40 of the regulatory standard in terms of tritium. But as I said, there are other radioactive nuclides in this treated water. So discharge standard is you have to combine all possible impact from other radioactive nuclides and sum up everything, and should be less than 1 millisievert per year. So this is a very complicated process. You have to monitor all each radioactive nuclides and make sure everything is much below the regulatory standard. Unfortunately, TEPCO released the data after the news came up with the data release. This shows the ALPS treated water only 35% satisfy regulatory standard. Still, 65% of the treated water much beyond the regulatory standard. So as I said, this is a very complicated, unprecedented operation. So it is not really clean treated water or purely contaminated water. It is the between. I would say it's a treated contaminated water. It is certainly different from the pure treated water, which is daily released by other nuclear facilities in the world. So this is different from the other treated water. Let me talk about the politics behind it. The origin of this controversy started in 2013, September. Prime Minister Abe gave a speech at the International Olympic Committee to invite Olympics to Tokyo. He said that the situation is now under control. This wasn't the case. Technically speaking, it was not under control. At that time, still, the water was leaking to the sea. So because of this statement, government took over this water treatment issue from the TEPCO. Currently still, all the decommissioning work, the TEPCO is responsible, but only this area, this treated water area is the government took over the responsibility. So it's complicating the process. TEPCO is the operator, but the decision will be made by the government. So it always have influence from the politics. And 2015, very important that the government and TEPCO promised the local fishermen and also other interest parties that we will not make any final disposal without understanding of interest party. Unfortunately, this promise may have been broken because of the decision in 2021. Prime Minister Suga made a decision to release the treated water to the sea. So the fishermen industry is very angry because they broke the promise. But the government continued to proceed this plan. They asked the IAEA to verify the operation safety issues, and the IAEA published the report. So because of the IAEA basically verify the government plan, the government decided to go ahead, and finally this August started to releasing the first round of distributed water. So what IAEA said is basically saying this is consistent with international safety standard. Does not guarantee actually everything goes well. It is based on the plan, and the released water is satisfy the safety standard and probably have a negligible impact. So I'm sure this is the case too, if everything goes well. But he also, the Director General of IAEA also said in this report, this is not neither a recommendation nor endorsement of that policy. There are many other alternatives, but they didn't discuss the alternatives either. What other scientists say, there are still expressed concern from the other scientists. One of the typical concern coming from the independent expert panel established by the Pacific Island Forum. Basically, they are saying that this TEPCO's assessment is not good enough. Particularly, the plan should, the benefits should outweigh the harms for individuals and also societies. Because for Pacific Island Forum, there is no benefit. Only benefits goes to the TEPCO and the government. So they are claiming it's scientific argument, but it's also including scientific and interaction between science and politics. The panel also recommended alternatives. This is very important. As I said, the main key function of the technology assessment organization in the Congress is not only assessing the impact, but also provide the policy alternatives for the policymakers. This is very important. And key statement made by one of the panel experts saying that probably he doesn't believe that the release would irrecoverably destroy the Pacific Ocean. Probably the impact could be minimal. But he was concerned about the long-term impact, and it's not clearly known, and it doesn't mean we should not be concerned. I think it's continuing monitoring, continuing the long-term, assessing the long-term impact is very important. And unfortunately, opposition continues. Local fishermen industry and National Federation of Fishermen industry also still against the government plan. The controversy still continue. And Chinese Foreign Ministry also spokesman said this is not safe. And both fishermen and consumers worried in South Korea, also they are worrying. So this is typical. This is a typical trans science issue. This cannot be solved by the pure science. And scientific argument is not good enough. My recommendation is they have to establish an independent organization to oversight the whole process. And Parliament can set up such an organization like they did for Fukushima accident investigation. I keep telling the parliamentarians that they should establish such an independent organization. Unfortunately, they haven't moved back yet. TEP committee also set up this first release of water should be as a demonstration period to demonstrate the whole process, and at least a year or so that they can test that operation, and during that year, they can continue to explore alternatives. That's my recommendation. All right, final remarks. Again, science is essential for policy making, and particularly important is independent scientific advice, free from political influence, and needs to be institutionalized, not ad hoc, but it has to be some kind of key organization set up by the law, and that should be very important. And parliamentary can set up such an institution by law, which could also help parliamentarians to improve understanding of science and also explore policy alternatives. The government will only give you one option and say, please accept or not. But in reality, there should be many, many alternatives. And scientists can contribute to avoid so-called polarized debate, whether it's yes or no, by informing the public with scientific evidence. And also, science is very uncertain. So you have to continue the study of the issue. It is a social responsibility of the scientists to be involved in the trans-scientific issues. And final message, remember your humanity and forget the rest. Thank you very much.
We'd like to say thank you so much to Dr. Tatsujiro Suzuki for his keynote speech. And following our program, I would like to invite all the delegates and guests to move to the western foyer of the auditorium, just outside. So we just go outside the main entrance and then we turn right. And we will have organizers to guide this process. We'll take a group photos to commemorate this event. And everyone, delegates, we can leave your bag and your belonging at the seats. And then we will have a tea break, and then we will be back at the main hall at around 11:20 for the next section. So please, you can just leave your belonging here and we can move outside. Vâng, sau đây thì xin kính mời toàn thể quý vị đại biểu và khách mời thì chúng ta sẽ di chuyển ra sảnh phía tây của hội trường nằm bên cửa bên tay phải của chúng ta. Và quý vị đại biểu và khách mời chúng ta có thể để ba lô, túi xách và đồ đạc của mình ngay tại trên ghế ngồi hiện tại của mình ạ. Và sau khi chụp ảnh xong thì chúng ta sẽ có phần tiệc trà khoảng 15 phút và chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại hội trường vào lúc 11:20 để tiếp tục những phiên thảo luận tiếp theo ạ.
Memorize the First World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. announcement, the time of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school.
Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. to commemorate the First World Science event, reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school.
Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. acknowledge we're starting in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school.
Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo Bộ Khoa học Công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
Reminding something that occurred several years ago, more precisely in 2015, when I was asked by my Director General at CERN, I was the advisor to the Director General, as I represented the organization to the General Assembly in New York of the United Nations, to sound the grounds with the people from the IPU on the possibility to start a relation between CERN, a scientific organization, and the Interparliamentary Union, a very political organization. So two organizations that to some extent can be considered as orthogonal in terms of what they do and in terms of the way they do this.
Hello.
And I remember that at that time when CERN got the status of observer to the UN General Assembly, we were advised by some ambassadors based in Geneva to pay attention and to respect a golden rule, which is stay away from politics. And to some extent it was strange that there was this idea to establish a dialogue with such a different intergovernmental organization, or better, international organization whose members are the parliaments of practically the whole world. But the reason was that we thought at that time that the relation between scientists and policymakers, scientists and parliamentarians in this particular case, could be very useful, not only to satisfy the two organizations, but also for society at large. Because it is true that without science, the society cannot progress, but it's also true that without politics, science, and in particular basic science is the kind of science that is not financed by private investors, but by the countries, cannot progress and hence cannot start a virtual, let's say, spiral, development. So we thought that it was important at that time to establish a link with the IPU, and we were very pleased to have all the doors open by the IPU, starting from the Secretary General, Martin Chungong, to the President at that time of the IPU, Mr. Chowdhury, and then with people like Mokhtar Omar, who was really fundamental to make the idea that there must be a dialogue together with scientists in the IPU. And little by little we contributed to help the IPU setting up institutions internally, like the group on science and technology that is now led by Denis Naughton, and also by setting up some initiatives like the Science for Peace schools. That is the reason why we are here today. And I would like now to discuss very briefly with the colleagues this relation between science and policymakers, science and parliamentarians in particular. And then, if you agree, we would like to give the floor to you to intervene, to ask questions, to make remarks, in order to have not just a presentation or several presentations on our side, but a real discussion with the audience. So I would like to start this by asking the colleagues their very honest opinion about the state of the relation between science and policy making. And perhaps I would like to start with Denis, if he agrees.
Thanks, Maurizio. We had started this conversation last night, but just before I come to that point, I think at the moment we're facing a set of unique challenges in society globally. The magazine Nature described it as wicked problems: climate change, water scarcity, artificial intelligence, huge challenges that are beyond the capacity of any one nation to tackle. And the implications are right across boundaries across this world. And the only way that we can truly manage these risks and develop the potential opportunities that are there is by a much closer relationship between science on one side and parliamentarians on the other side. And, you know, whether it's the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals or dealing with the issue of climate change, these will only happen through a change in policy and a change in legislation. And MPs are the only ones that can actually bring that about. So coming back to the question that you're asking, because interestingly enough, I've just completed some work which is yet unpublished, where we've actually been analysing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on parliamentary engagement with science and the use of scientific evidence in parliamentary decision making. And what we have found, surprisingly, is that it has had very little impact, particularly a positive impact in terms of pre and post pandemic. And the only area where there seems to be significant engagement, and this is in an Irish context now, and we've only just done the study in Ireland, but we are looking at working with the IPU of expanding this out. But what we found is that outside of the area of climate change, the engagement between the scientific community and Parliament is not any greater today than it was pre-pandemic. But the really concerning thing about it is that parliamentarians today are less likely to engage directly with scientists than was the case prior to the pandemic. And the reason for that is there is an impression of a paternalistic and a condescending approach that emanated from the scientific advisors to government during the pandemic. That there was a dictatorial approach, scientists talking down to the government and talking down to parliamentarians, ordering them to take particular approaches and actions without considering the full implications of what they were asking us as parliamentarians to do. And there is a resentment would be too strong a word, but there is definitely a reluctance now to take on board the evidence that is being presented by science. And I disagree with Professor Suzuki earlier on in terms of talking about new institutions. That would be the very worst thing to do. Scientists are already in ivory towers. Creating new ivory towers for them will make a bad situation even worse. What needs to happen is that scientists need to roll up their sleeves. They need to come into Parliament. They need to start the conversation with parliamentarians so that scientists start talking our language, so that we can understand what they're talking about, but also that we can understand the potential solutions they have to these wicked problems. And if we continue with trying to institutionalize scientific advice, we're actually going to compound the problem that we have experienced in Ireland in terms of the fallout from COVID-19. Now, as I say, this research has only been done in Ireland. It hasn't yet been published. But if that's replicated in other parliaments, this is a really, really concerning change in approach and attitude. Thanks.
Well, I thank you very much, Denis, for what you have just said, and in particular for being so direct and let's say real in your comments. And I must say that I spent my whole life at CERN. I mean, I worked 40 years for the organization. I am retired, so I can speak more openly. I fully agree with you. I mean, the real problem is that in a part, at least, of the scientific community, there is still a reluctance to engage in discussions with the policymakers and with politics, because people, in particular, people working on fundamental science, they think that politics is a dirty thing, so it's better not to engage. And this is a big mistake, of my humble opinion, because politics need the advice of science, and vice versa. Science, and in particular basic science, needs the engagement of politics to provide the funds that are needed to continue with the research. And I would like, before giving the floor to the other two colleagues, also to make another remark, because very often science, at least in this relation with politics, is considered in the dimension of technology, which is just one of the dimensions of science. But science is much more than that. And what we at CERN, we have tried to pass as a message is that there are some models, in particular in fundamental science, that could inspire the political world in some difficult situation where dialogue is really difficult to be engaged. And I would like now to ask my friend Mokhtar Omar to say a few words about his opinion about this specific aspect of the relation between science and policymakers.
Thank you very much. And I hope I'm not talking a lot. I hope that you don't see me a lot in this session. I just want to be brief now. IPU is only specialized in dialogue. And I would like to go back how we were established, how we were created. It is like 137 years ago, after the advancement of communication between humanity through the UPU, United Postal Union, and the ITU. That was the first communication between the human tribes. It wasn't the drums anymore, it was technology. After this came the IPU. The humanity felt the need to come together. So in 1889, that was the first meeting, and the idea was that dialogue is the answer and the only way to go ahead. The dialogue between political parties, the dialogue between all sectors of society. So that was the only thing, the dialogue between conflicting parties. Yet, this dialogue and the IPU did not help a lot. It helped in the creation of the League of Nations, which ended with the First World War, then helped in the creation of United Nations, which is right now we are witnessing a very special period in history. Should we say that politics failed? Should we say that the whole multilateralism system failed? Should we say that UN finished? I don't know. But there is a need to intensify the dialogue. And the most important dialogue, to be very frank, is the dialogue between the scientists themselves, the disciplinaries of science. It is not that they are closing the labs. It is they don't talk to each other. Sometimes they look down to each other. When you talk about the problems of society, you cannot solve it by particle physics only. You have to have sociology, psychology, you have to have all other disciplinaries. When you talk about politics, you don't need to talk with the majority only. You have to talk to marginalized communities, the small parties. So where are we right now? We are starting this dynamics of dialogue, the relation between politics and science. It has lots of activities. First of all, can we both help in bringing peace closer to each other? Can science bring solutions to the table rather than bombs, rather than nuclear weapons, rather than this? Can science really help? And then on the other side, can really humanity be back in the center of science? Funny thing that the people who knows about scientific discoveries are the traders of Wall Street. They are not the humans. Pharmaceutical companies, instead of helping in the well-being of humanity, it's a business. So I believe that dialogue is needed. Dialogue is needed between politics and science, between science and science. And we have to have a genuine stand. And this comes the role of the ethics. What is the role of ethics in science? And now we are talking about the establishment of the International Charter of Ethics on Science and Technology. I believe that dialogue is needed between science themselves first. And I would like to make something about CERN. CERN is the same building, same scientists, same everything, but the difference is who's leading. If you have a scientist who's only a physician living in a lab, don't expect anything from him. You might expect a nuclear bomb because he's in a lab, he's happy about the power. But when you have a scientist, he's in the same time a philosopher, thinker, a humanist. This is the scientist that we all need. The world is fed up from scientists declaring that they are unique They are the best in their domain. It is the best in your domain how you are helping humanity. It's not how you are discovering new things. Thank you very much for trying to go to the black matter and go to March. Why don't we go to March from Sahel countries? Why don't you look about the countries first? Why don't you bring me water instead of telling me, oh yes, I discovered this or that? This is what we want. We want to be really real with each other. The world is not going to a better place. We are doomed like this. Any model, political model, scientific model, we are not in the right direction. And this is why we have to communicate together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mokhtar, for this very inspiring reflection. And I would like to conclude this first tour. I would like to have another very short one afterwards by asking Carlos to say what he thinks about this relation between science and politics, seen from the perspective of the Club of Rome, which is a think tank which has not only scientists but also people from many different fields. And I would like to say this, sorry, I forgot to mention this, because in particular, a few months ago in May, some of us were in New York to participate to a special event of the President of the General Assembly, which was the starting point of an action that was concluded, as you heard from Rolf Hoyer's message a few minutes ago, was concluded at the end of August with a proclamation by the UN General Assembly of a decade of sciences for sustainable development. And I insist on sciences plural because these will include also social sciences, economical sciences, humanities, and so on. So Carlos is certainly better placed than me to say a few words about this. Carlos.
Thank you, Maurizio, and first of all, thank you to all of you, to the generosity of the organizers. I'm very happy to be here in Vietnam in front of an audience from so many different countries and cultures to share with you some questions, because the Club of Rome is a peculiar animal. Our mission is to, when we are good, we ask better questions. Not more than that, but not less. Typically, those questions are of trans science, according to Professor Suzuki's definition, you know, questions which can be formulated from science but cannot be responded from science. So we are an organization created in 1968, an association of 150 individuals from all over the world, working together to reflect on the challenges of humanity from a global, long-term and systemic perspective, putting at the center of our reflection the interdependencies. And we became famous 50 years ago because we published a report titled The Limits to Growth, a report which was meant to address the question, can prosperity, as it was understood then and as it is understood today, can prosperity lead to collapse, to the collapse of human civilizations? Very uncomfortable question, which made us famous. We totally succeeded and totally failed at the same time with that book, because we succeeded in raising the awareness on the issues which are now on the table of all of you, the issues of the poly-crisis, the issues that, well, if we continue the business as usual, we will face high risks of collapse. In my view, we are already living in that collapse, the tensions, the emergence of so many tensions in all domains, because all those tensions are related with each other. So it's not geopolitics on one side, climate change on the other, social issues on the third. No, all of them are connected. We are living this scenario of collapse, but at the same time the book was saying, but there are possibilities to combine and to make possible equitable human well-being for all in a healthy planet. That can be done. And in some of the scenarios of that book, it was clear. But we totally failed in particular in our interaction with politics at the time, which is a paradox. The Club of Rome is also a peculiar animal because we have people from all sectors, from science, research, but also from politics, policymaking, from business, corporations, and from civil society, NGOs, social entrepreneurs, and the like. So we are a place where precisely these different types of people who usually do not have interactions and conversations meet and talk. But we failed in the interaction with politics at the time. We thought very naively that by showing the evidence, the scientific evidence, that humanity was facing a big challenge of combining, of reconciling, you know, what we call development with the planetary boundaries, the politicians would realize the challenge and we would take the measures, would change the policies. That didn't happen. There was a sort of rebellion from the political side on this idea of the limits to growth. Actually, President Reagan said literally there are no limits to growth. And this warning was put aside for many years. Last year we celebrated the 50th anniversary by publishing 2 books. One is titled Earth for All, and it calls again for this idea that it is possible to have equitable human well-being in a healthy biosphere, in a healthy planet. But it requires, of course, policies different from the policies that we are applying. So that book speaks to policymakers. I don't know if we are being more effective now than then, but speaks to policymakers in terms of what set of policies, consistent set of policies, would be appropriate to reach that balance. The other book is titled Limits and Beyond, and it's a sort of deeper reflection of why didn't we learn? My chapter in that second book is titled Learning What We Already Know. And it calls for the concept of a learning society, learning humanity, learning in the deep sense of the term, in the sense of changing, and recognizing that the challenge we face has no precedent in the history of humankind. Because when we talk about development, we have an idea of development that we have implemented, but now we realize that idea of development that we have implemented is not producing an equitable world. All the contrary, it's inequity massively within the countries, but also between countries, as you know much better than me. And on top of that, it is destroying the ecosystems. So it's not sustainable on the long term. And that unprecedented challenge, in our view, calls for an unprecedented mobilization of all capacities, of all sectors, all sciences for sure, as we are an active partner in this UN International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. We're talking about all sciences, all disciplines of modern sciences, but also traditional knowledge. Because there is wisdom in all traditional cultures. It's about coming back to humanity, as Ambassador Omar said before. Maybe learning new ways of becoming human to create a new synthesis of knowledge and of learning to make possible this vision of equitable human well-being in a healthy biosphere. And this will require for sure, and I'm happy to also being here to discuss that, it will require no doubt a completely new relationship between politics, policy making, and knowledge creation. Up to now, sciences have been in their ivory tower, not even talking with each other. I mean, making people from natural sciences work together with people from social sciences, not to talk about indigenous sciences, that's already a challenge, but especially talking with and interacting with the expression of political legitimacy which are the parliaments. So the challenge is big, I know, but our message is also optimistic in the sense that it is a new human adventure. And I think from the beginning of humanity, from the beginning of civilization, of humanity and civilization in Africa, humans have shown their capacity to explore. So let's explore together. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. And now, before giving the floor for questions and remarks, I would like maybe to trigger this discussion by touching another point, because as Dennis said, and I fully agree personally, there is a reluctance between the two components to engage in discussions. And I remember that 2-3 years ago, Ambassador Mokhtar Omar organized a Zoom call, a video call, because we were in the pandemics, with the Arab parliaments. And I was among the participants. And I remember that at the end of the discussion, the president of the Arab parliament asked a simple question: what would you suggest? What is your advice in order to improve this relation? And I must admit that the only answer that I had in mind and I gave is a bit simplistic answer. It was, try to have more often coffees with scientists. But of course, this is a simplistic answer, and I would like now to listen from these friends if they have better solutions or better proposals to make. Denis.
That isn't a bad piece of advice at all, because the research that we've been doing in Ireland has shown that that level of engagement, why it's difficult to get it started, that level of engagement, having those coffees, having those conversations, benefits both sides. And the one piece of advice I'd give to the scientific community is to listen more and talk a little less. And sometimes politicians aren't good at doing that either. And I find, and I'm a long time in Parliament now, I've 2 ears, I've only one mouth, and I have always and ever learned far more from listening than ever from talking. And it is something that politicians aren't good at and scientists aren't good at either. It was very interesting. We had, I was in Geneva earlier this year, and we had a meeting with the World Meteorological Organization. And there was a number of parliamentarians at this meeting. And the difficulty is when scientists come to meet with politicians, it's about how much money can we get out of the politicians, not how can we actually benefit humanity. And scientists see the engagement with politics about what we can get out of it as scientists, rather than how can we facilitate parliamentarians in solving huge problems. And I'll give you a practical example of it. The World Meteorological Organization is looking to set up a system of monitoring climate emissions across the globe. And they need funding to do that. And they gave a very detailed presentation of how much money they needed, what the infrastructure was going to be like. And at the very end of the presentation, the very last sentence, and they said, and we can also measure methane. Now, one of the biggest challenges that politicians have in terms of climate at the moment is how do we manage and measure methane, particularly in parts of the world where I come from, where methane is a big problem. It's a big political problem. But it was the very last sentence, in actually, instead of starting the presentation, talking about the solution that this can provide if we can put the infrastructure in place. And the reason they made that mistake is because they're not engaging with parliamentarians, they're not engaging with politicians, they're not able to present their proposals in our language. And I think having that coffee and the ability to listen would make a big difference.
Thank you very much. And you, Carlos, what do you think, briefly?
Well, two things. One is engage people as people. All of us, we are humans. But when I say people as people, that means not necessarily, not always as stakeholders representing a certain position. This is a moment when all stakes are at risk. So stakeholder engagement, that sounds perfect, but it's just for incremental improvements. And normally it leads to a small variation of the status quo. Now we are in a situation where we have to have disruptive creativity to find out the responses to the questions. And that's the second aspect, change the questions. And I prize the organizers of this conference for putting water at the center of the discussions, because we have to start building from questions which have a massive impact on the life of millions or billions. I mean, in the case of water, of everybody, you know, and from different perspectives. So from ecological science, we get the concept of bioregions. You know. Bioregions are generally articulated around a big river, which is, by the way, what we know since the beginning of time, since the beginning of all civilizations, all ancient civilizations were created around big rivers. The rivers are the cradles of civilizations, you know. So what about that question from, I recently met people who were working in something called the Nile Journeys, trying to work on restoration of ecosystems all along the basin of the river Nile, which, as you probably know, covers many different countries in Africa, and having to deal with all kinds of challenges, particularly political challenges and sources of conflict. What about the mobilization of all human capacities of any kind to address the challenge of water from the perspective of a bioregion, you know, to give equitable access to water to everybody?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And now, to complete this tour, before giving you the floor, I would like to listen from you, Mokhtar. What would be your suggestion to improve the relation between scientists and policymakers and parliamentarians in particular?
Thank you very much. I believe that parliamentarians, they have very important powers: legislations, budgeting, and oversight. I do believe that parliamentarian needs to put their hands a little bit more on the process of science in the society. There should be incentives for projects that will help humanity. There will be criminalization of researchers that in the end will hurt humanity. I know that we don't want to put any limit on research. We want to have the freedom of research. Curiosity is driving science. Well, I believe that we have to stand a little bit and to see where is science bringing us right now. I don't think that we need much more advancement in science. We don't need this rat race in GDPs. Countries are fighting for GDPs. Who's the first? We are over-consuming everything. There should be a political interference. And I'm ready. And people should be ready to be blamed that they are stopping scientific development. Right now, scientific development is not helping. It's just making the gap wider and turning humanity to what a writer wrote a wonderful novel. It's called Idiocracy. So I believe that parliamentarians need to get their act together. They are the politicians. They have been elected from the people to control such, to manage such influences, like the influence of science in society, exactly like the influence of religion in society. So it is the role of parliamentarians to understand more the potential of science and to direct it more to the benefit of the society. I believe that it should be serious. I don't think that we are dying now for much more advancement in science. I don't think that we are waiting to find a solution in curiosity. Curiosity right now is killing the cats and civilization. So I believe that let's stop a little bit, let's cool down, let's cool the developments, let's cool the research, let's look at humanity, let's look at society. I hope that this should be looked at as a reality. You are making lots of researchers, you are burning your economy. We are burning our earth. You know, so I believe there is a new way. We have to have a new thinking of how can we manage the society first. So thank you very much.
Okay, so it seems clear that at least among this panel there is consensus on the fact that this relation between science and policy making, or science and parliaments in particular, should be improved, should be strengthened, that some possible ways to explore are to have the courage to sit around the same table, not to avoid confrontation, to speak openly. Maybe from the side of scientists, the courage to have an approach which is not giving a lecture, but trying to really be involved. Then the idea of putting the human in front of, at the center of this initiative is really very important. And another point that came out from what was said before is that there is also the need to, not to impose, but to define some boundaries in terms of ethics for the development of science. And I think this is a theme on which we have to work all together. But I would like now to open up the discussion to the audience, if you are willing to do so, but asking you to intervene with questions, if you have, or with remarks about what we have just said, or even better, with proposals for solutions for improving this relation. Please. I don't know which language.
Thank you. I'm Parliament member of Vietnam. The subject is very interesting, scientific and political. And like Mr. Omar, you mentioned that sometimes they look down together, and sometimes it's like a water and fire. Even in Vietnam, we have policy that always encourage the scientists involved in our policy makers. But sometimes, like as you said, that the way of thinking is always different. Why the scientific always want to do something clearly, urgently, and their subject must be most important. Why the politics, they think that they consider think about the possibilities, availability, and many kind of things. So my question here, that if you have any experience to organize, to make one organizers in between the scientific and politics, and help them to communicate, dialogue, and make a better efficiency of cooperation. Thank you.
Who would like to answer this question? Difficult question.
I can't give you a simple answer to your question, but that's what our working group is trying to do, is to try and provide parliamentarians with the tools of best practice that can work. And naturally enough, look, the dynamics in every country is different, and we have to acknowledge that. But at the moment, our working group is looking at establishing a toolkit, a suite of different tools that could be used in different parliaments to try and start that engagement with the scientific community. In Ireland, we have been running two pilots. One is looking at a piece of legislation that's going through Parliament at the moment. It's marine protected areas, the marine area off our coast, where we've brought the scientists in to explain to us what's good about the legislation and what could be improved in the legislation, and having a conversation in relation to that, so that we can start that relationship with them. The other pilot that we're running at the moment is trying to grapple with this issue of artificial intelligence. So we're bringing the scientific experts in the area of artificial intelligence around a table, 5 of them with 5 members of Parliament. And between those 10 people, we are going to produce a 4-page document, not a 50-page document, a 4-page document of the risks and opportunities for artificial intelligence and what Parliament can do to make that happen. So the idea is to start that particular engagement. But you are correct. One of the biggest problems that we have with science at the moment is scientists present issues in black and white. Colleagues would tell me that they're far too purist, divorced from reality, and don't consider the other implications of the decisions they're taking. And without consideration of those other issues, it is undermining their argument. And I think starting that engagement allows them to appreciate the complexity of the decisions that we as parliamentarians have to make. Thank you.
If I can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. If I can perhaps add something to this answer, I would suggest the following, because after having heard criticisms to the attitude of scientists, which I totally share, I would like to say that seen from the point of view of a person who have worked a whole life in fundamental science, in an intergovernmental organization in particular, I think that one of the problems today is also the fact that not only parliaments, but also governments, mainly act with a national vision in mind. So the idea is to try to understand how the scientists could better advise us, the parliaments or the governments, in order to fulfill our own objectives. And this is a point which, in my opinion, is very important, because in particular the solution of global problems requires a global approach and not only a national approach. And the reason why I'm making this remark is that I think that one of the things that could be really very helpful could be the exchange of experience that can be made nationally with the other countries, because only the free exchange of experience can bring to a better understanding of the situation, and maybe in something which is very important, which is avoid repeating errors that have already been done elsewhere. But I think that there is another person who would like to make remarks or ask questions. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Agnes Swadai, member of the Hungarian Parliament and also the Vice Chair of IPU HLAG, which is the high-level advisory group on fighting terrorism and violent extremism. Well, neither politicians nor scientists are omnipotent, even though some of them believe so. So what I think is the place where politicians and scientists can join forces can be coffee, but I would rather suggest to have constant and structural dialogue at national, at regional, and also at world level. It's very important. So this should be the way. Scientists can help politicians to explain, the new technologies and how to adapt our people to these new technologies. Sometimes, people fear the new. And sorry to say, but scientists have a language we don't always understand. Politicians have the capability to translate the scientific language into people's language. But for that, we have to have a constant dialogue. Politicians shouldn't believe that they know everything, and scientists shouldn't believe that they can solve everything. So I think both communities have a job to carry out in their own communities. This is very important. And mainstream scientists and mainstream politicians should join. And not just explain, the new technologies and the new scientific results to the people, but also fight those politicians and those scientists to do everything so that the people wouldn't believe in the new technologies and the new scientific results. So that's why I think there are lots of more common things that connect us, scientists and politicians. It's just somebody has to take the first step. So conferences like this is good because we can take home the message, and I'm really waiting for the outcome of this conference, where we can initiate this kind of dialogue at national level. So I suggest to organize more of these smaller conferences where the audience is also involved and where there is an outcome, so that there are national parliaments within IPU. We can establish these small circles of dialogue which can evolve then into a regional and then finally a worldwide structured dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was a very interesting set of remarks. I don't know if someone would like to react. Carlos?
Yes, my take is that we have to be even more radical than that. Because all of us taking these seriously, you know, because again, this is an unprecedented challenge in the history of humanity. We will not succeed if we work from the existing frameworks, which to a large extent are mental jails, even if we increase the communication between existing frameworks, in particular in relation with science and technology. It's more than time to reframe the role of science and technology. So it's not only about scientists explaining to society, and in particular politicians, the consequences of technologies. It's about why are we designing such and such technologies for? And then I connect with what Ambassador Omar said before. What is that work which is fantastic, you know, done in the scientific institutions, in the research centers? Is that work responding to the challenges we have, to the needs of society globally, nationally, and locally? You know? And it's also the time to bring in values and worldviews, and to recognize, while the multilateral system that we have is basically built on the idea that there is a dominant, there is one good worldview, and developing countries, let's overcome that concept. No countries, as my colleague Kate Rayworth says, there are no developed countries. For different reasons, all countries, those that we call developed, are not sustainable. And those that we call developing, people who aspire to have a higher standard of living. So let's overcome many of these frameworks, of these conventional frameworks that are there, very heavy. So it's more than increasing the communication between the existing frameworks. It's about liberating ourselves from some of these frameworks to create something new.
Thank you. And before giving you the floor, because I would like to say just a couple of things. First of all, you mentioned circles of discussion, of collaboration, and I think this is a very important point, because one of the ideas that were at the origin of the creation of these Science for Peace schools, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mokhtar, was that we hoped, at least, there could be, after each school, which is on a specific topic, the creation of parliamentary networks on that specific topic. I mean, networks of parliamentarians who have understood the importance to work together to make concrete some projects that sometimes do not progress for political reasons. And this is a very important point. And related to this is another element that I think is really fundamental, is the creation of trust, mutual trust between scientists and parliamentarians, but also between parliamentarians of different countries that sometimes for political reasons do not have the habit to talk to each other. And then last thing, a remark I would like to say, there is a point on which I do not totally agree with my friend Carlos, which is the fact that I agree on the idea that science should also be profiled in terms of what contribution it can give to society. but at least fundamental science should not have boundaries apart ethics. So fundamental science has to be financed, has to be funded, because it gives knowledge. So you cannot limit that. You can limit only, in my opinion, with the ethical boundaries, and that's all. But I would like, and we can discuss this at length, but I would like to give the floor to you, to him first. So the microphone, please.
Thank you. I'm a member of parliament from the Seychelles and also vice president of the IPU Committee of Sustainable Development. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the panelists. I mean, your presentations are very good, very interesting subject. But listening to you and having been to several other workshops and meetings, I would like to ask panelists, do you think, what would be your opinion in regards to new code of ethics of multilateralism? Because when you look at nationalism and multilateralism, globalization, there's something missing. Do you think that maybe the approach should change? I mean, we are talking about global issues, but yet when it comes down to national issues, there seems to be a gap. So how can we reconcile this? Unless we get this right, I don't think that we'll be making headways. So I would like to have your views on that. And also, with regards to understanding the global issues, I'm just thinking, I mean, in all the countries, the elected governments, our leaders, how well versed are they with the global issues so that coming down to the country, they can make the right policies. And I believe the dialogue should continue, and such a workshop should be given priorities across the globe. But my personal concern is, I mean, where are we now with regards to globalization in terms of a good code of ethics to respond to the realities of today and respect for rule of law in terms of multilateralism? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mokhtar?
Thank you very much for this very difficult question. I would like to explain the question can be divided into 3 segments. The first segment is United Nations and the international resolutions. Your Excellency, you are talking about the gaps of multilateralism on the national level. The second segment, we talk about the world order and the human rights and what is there for the countries like Seychelles or any other country. What is science for them? Where is the right for knowledge? This missing right in human rights, the right for knowledge, the right for science, for all the countries, not only for the lucky countries. So this is the second part. The third part of your question is how can the leaders of the national countries address or benefit from those great strategies? To respond to the first question about multilateralism, there is a problem in multilateralism. Let's face it. You have an organization and it is in decay. There is no trust now. The organization is consumed by bureaucracy. You cannot ask a bureaucrat to be creative. But let's talk. If there is a strategy, it is the role of the IPU to try, as the global parliamentary focal point, it is the role of the IPU to try to take this international resolution to make it to a national law, to address the gaps, as exactly what we are doing with in countering terrorism. huge strategies about countering terrorism. But when it comes to Sahel countries, nobody cares because there's no money there. So there is an international organization, there is multilateralism, but it's driven by whom? By benefits. What's in it for the big boys? So the role of parliamentarians and the IPU is to see how can we implement this to take this on the national level. And we are doing a lot, cooperating with some efficient United Nations organization like UNODC. We are working with them on the part of countering terrorism. So we have to address the gaps through such meetings, through such a designated body in the IPU to deal with the international resolutions and try to filter them down to the national level. As for the countries themselves, it is the role of the parliament, first of all, to see how can he benefit from science. It is not the invention, it is the methodology, the evidence-based approach. Can really science help in the dynamics of the parliamentary work? So I believe that science can help in the dynamics of the parliamentary work, at least communications, at least with theories. Communication in COVID, if it wasn't for science, for example, nobody can meet. It is the invention of communication, it is the development of those platforms that kept humanity meeting. So going back, addressing the gaps, it is the role of such organizations like the Interparliamentary Union. It is the role of the international organization and to start stopping a little bit bureaucracy. I'm not talking about UNESCO, I'm not talking about certain, I'm talking about the whole feeling of the UN. Bureaucracy is heavy now in the UN. You look at them, I'm sorry, I'm being very open, you know, you look at them and they are very effective. But as a matter of fact, where is the impact on the ground? Billions have went to the UN to help the Sahel countries and Africa. Where are this money? And then again, there are some organizations are very highly technical. Like for example, the Water Convention. We work with them. We would like to address those gaps. They have a convention, IPU have the platform, so we work together to try to give this, the idea of the convention or the resolutions to the parliamentarians to see how can this be implemented on the national level. And here comes your role as the designated committee. You help us to start having the program of addressing those gaps. I hope that I answered the question, which is 3 parts. Thank you very much.
If I'm allowed to complete this answer, I would like to tell you an anecdote. Please keep it for you. I don't know if I can make it public. But I mentioned before that some of us were in New York for this event in May. And in the evening, we had dinner invited by the President of the General Assembly. And he told us that one of his biggest dreams, he said, if I'm not wrong, the wildest dream that I have would be to have a system that would allow the UN to have a complete mapping of the implementation of all the SDGs per country in real time. Fine, that's great, and I think that would be a fundamental, let's say, element for the UN. But then I told him, but look, and when you have this, what happens next? In reality, what happens next is that each country will try to put on the table the power of the country, financial power, economical power, military power, and try to, let's say, to invest on the solution of the problem in order to implement the SDG agenda according mainly to the national interests. So the point of global tackling of global problems and the national implementation is a fundamental one. And I think that in the present multilateral system, at least according to my humble experience of an alien in that world, is that unfortunately there is the need perhaps of a change of paradigm. Because if you try to solve global problems by putting together let's say, national interests, it's really very difficult to find a solution. And in that respect, the question could be, but could science help, and in which way? Well, what we hope, at least some of us, is that some models that are proper to the world of international scientific collaboration, in particular on fundamental science, could be perhaps taken into account by those who have to implement such important agendas, and try to move from, to have a shift from the perspective of negotiation, which is typical in the multilateral system today, to a perspective of cooperation, which is something else. So I see that there are other questions and remarks, and then, okay, if you don't mind, Amanda first. Amanda. Okay, so we will try to be shorter in our answers.
Thank you.
In order to accommodate.
Hello,
Please.
Amanda Lufin from Human Right to Water. So I think you covered it earlier on when you said that humans have to be at the center of it. And I think when you've got a politician and a scientist in the room, you're missing somebody. And that human part, and I think Carlos mentioned it a little bit in his talk, collecting the view of the average person or the vulnerable person or the person on the street in terms of what they need is sometimes missing. And scientists can be in an ivory tower and not necessarily working with what is really needed. And I think Mokhtar also mentioned that maybe the science is too clever, but actually I don't think it's clever enough. It's not designing products for what we really need, because the scientists are too far apart from the humanity and the human part of it. So my proposal, surprise, surprise, is that there is legislation that in international human rights law that covers the human rights-based approach, which is around participation, non-discrimination, inclusivity, transparency, and accountability and sustainability. And those legislative standards or principles could be very easily brought to parliamentarians in a way that could enable science and scientists to maybe be a little bit more inclusive in the way that they think about their solutions, and for politicians to be a little bit more inclusive in the way that they work with scientists and with people, to make sure that we design our solutions around the most vulnerable, and that politicians are able to, well, politicians are like sponges. They need to listen to the information from the scientists and from society. And actually, it's bringing those three parts together in a structured way. As Agnes said earlier on, we need a structured approach, and we have it already. There's legislation around that. We just need to put it down on paper in a very simple fashion.
Thank you. Would you like to comment, Denis?
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think if we put humans at the centre, humanity at the centre of this conversation, I think it makes it much easier. And I think there is a responsibility, and look, I've been given grief, I suppose, to the scientific community today, but there's also responsibility on us as parliamentarians to reach out for those solutions. And just to come back to the question regarding, you know, how do you take global targets and deliver them with the national interests in mind? A lot of the time, the scientists can provide us with the solution that we can meet those global targets and meet the national interests and actually deliver for the most vulnerable on the ground by using the technological solutions that are there. But unless we as parliamentarians open up that engagement, we will never find those solutions.
Thank you. I think there is another request of intervention. The microphone. Yes, then I...
Thank you. And I realize that there is a lot of questions and time is pressing, so I'll be very quick. I just wanted to go back to the Vietnamese Member of Parliament's question as to what to concretely do. My name is Laurent Elgaoui. I'm a Dean of Engineering at the new university in Vietnam called Vinh University. And I strongly believe that universities can play a key role into a new mode of thinking where you bring together, humanities, social science, and technology. And right now, the way science is structured follows the way universities are structured as silos. And unless we break those silos at an early age, we will not train the new generation of politicians and scientists that are able to converse together.
Thank you. And I would propose, in order to advance more quickly, and then we will answer. And in particular, I would like myself to answer your remark, but that we take another couple of questions and then we ask more general debate. So first, you, yeah?
Thank you very much. I think I am one of the only people here who are not a parliamentarian or a scientist. I speak from the perspective of an educator and actually a secondary education, K through 12. And we are in partnership with hopefully the Vinda government as well as ICISC to establish a non-for-profit boarding school here with the mission for peace and sustainable future. So this is actually a very apt conference for us to attend. And my question is, as you think about yourselves as 16-year-olds, and I guess I'm speaking on behalf of aspiring parliamentarians and politicians as well as scientists, if we want the students who are these aspiring scientists and politicians of the future to start speaking the language of parliamentarians and also scientists, when does that start? And is there actually an opportunity to train students at an early age, university, high school? I love the concept for the Science for Peace schools, but that I think happens sort of at a very professional. After you have years of experience of being parliamentarians and scientists, do you finally have the capacity to engage in a place like Science for Peace schools? Can that happen earlier? Are there things that are taking place currently in your own countries or institutions to engage young people, teenagers, to develop these skills and to engage with each other at an early age?
Thank you. Another question, I think, from you. You have asked to intervene? Yeah. Algeria? And then? Okay. Okay.
Merci. Bonjour à tout le monde.
Bonjour.
C'est Bouden Mounder, le vice-président de l'Assemblée algérienne, Parlement algérien. Je suis heureux d'être avec vous ici. Aussi, je remercie infiniment ceux qui sont à l'origine de l'organisation de cet événement très important, du côté de Vietnam, mais aussi du côté de l'IPU. Permettez-moi cette question, petite intervention. Quel est votre objectif à court terme et à long terme et quel est l'impact que vous visez? Aussi, on doit prendre en compte que l'objectif fondamental de toute politique que nous devons s'efforcer d'incarner n'est pas seulement le développement, le progrès, mais aussi la survie de l'humanité. La tripartite, l'eau, la science et la paix. C'est pas un bon choix, c'est le choix fondamental de tout le monde, du monde entier. Comme je représente aussi l'Afrique, mon pays, c'est un pays qui est fier d'être un pays africain. L'Afrique maintenant, surtout le Sahel, a beaucoup de difficultés sur le plan de...
In my region, we have a problem in development. And we feel not secure in our development. That is the consequences of these colonies affected before. We have invited IPU to organize a different event in Africa, so we hope to have a similar scientific meeting like this to be organized in Africa.
Questions? 5, because we are a bit late. Okay, 6 probably, but then we stop and we can continue during the lunch and later. But I think that for this group of questions, there are already 2 colleagues who would like to answer to specific parts of them. So I would like to ask them to be as short as possible. And I would also like myself to say a few words, please.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on the question about engaging at a younger age. And later on in the week, we will be talking about citizen science, where we're actually taking scientific tools, using them on the ground in communities to solve political problems. So it's bringing the young people together with the scientists and the politicians to provide real solutions, and we'll be giving some practical examples of that later in the week. So I hope you can be around for that on Wednesday.
Thank you very much, Denis. Mokhtar, I think you wanted to answer the last question in particular.
Before answering the last question, I would like to respond to our participant regarding education, either the university level or the secondary level. It is extremely important for us. When we started to use the term Science for Peace School, it is just for this. We have to start from the beginning. We have to inject the knowledge of the importance of science and the dialogue of science and the relation between science and politics since early age. Since early age, society, the science of society itself, sociology, need to encompass the role of science within the society. The diseases that can come as outcome of science within the society, how this will affect the society. I would like to reiterate another 2 disciplinaries of science that they are not really being taken care of when we manage the future of science. Sociology and psychology. Those are very important for us. If you want to talk the effect of science and the future of science, see the effect of science within these 2 disciplinaries. Responding to the honorable member of Algeria, the vice chair of the Algerian parliament, yes, Your Excellency, we are providing right now the assets and the basis of a parliamentary community expert in the part of water. We are creating this, the first Science for Peace School, which we did it with Qatar and CERN. You are going to receive right now a QR code. This, you are going to receive it after lunch. It has all the curriculum, what we discussed in CERN, starting from what is big science until water, legislation, SDGs, water convention. We have it in a very technological term. It's a QR code where you can easily retrieve it. You can listen to it, you can read it, you can listen to the origin of the... We trying here, Your Excellency, to create this parliamentary expert community in the part first in science as a whole and focusing on water. And what we want to water is that we are preparing right now for the first biggest conference, international conference on water security and food insecurity, about hunger, about realities. The proposal, your question that came from Algeria, the answer you are going to receive today as a fact, this is what we want to do. There is a curriculum that we are providing for parliamentarians. This meeting itself, it will add on the other curriculum, and then we are going to come for the first parliamentary scientific report on water. We are going to come also with a model legislations. There are some products that will come out of this meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think that Carlos wanted to say something short on
about the globalization and because I mean basically the globalization that we have known is over, and this has created a very special situation, confusing, full of risks, also of tragedies, of uncertainty. But it's over. I mean, sorry, I have the Club of Rome has the privilege of saying uncomfortable things, but that in this case everybody knows. And many people are living this as a loss, with a sense of we are losing something which worked. Many people, probably many more, seeing this as an opportunity to develop something new. This is a critical situation, of course. But what science tells us is that critical situations are those in which the space of possibilities opens. So we can go the typical way. The typical way leads to wars and destruction, etc. Or we could go in a much more sophisticated way to reconcile with life at large. In the UN International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, we say, let's create a web of science to take care of the web of life, life with a capital L, all life, you know, all sorts of life. And what does life tell us? That there is no central authorities. There might be some universal principles, which, by the way, science says always, well, universal, while we don't see anything which doesn't work according to those principles. So the laws from the scientific point of view. But the life manifests itself in an incredible diversity at local levels. So it's not that life is not able to disseminate massively, but you have an incredible diversity of forms of life in different ecosystems. I think that the future governance structures and architecture of governance of the world at the different scales, you know, global, national, local, will have to look for that reference of life as a model to think from, and considering that the diversity and the pluriversality of cultures and approaches and responses is actually a richness and not a limitation. Thank you.
Okay, so before taking the last set of questions, allow me to give a flash reply to the question on university teaching and silos. I would like to bring my own personal experience on that. Now I'm a retired person, and I've been offered by a university to give a course, by the physics faculty of a university, to give a course on science diplomacy, whatever it means. I accepted, but only with the condition to involve also the other faculties like political science, like international relations, like rights and all these things. So I think that this could be a humble example of what could be done, because in reality you are right, there are silos in universities. People from the world of science or following science teaching do not even understand that they might have one day to interact with politicians, and the opposite occurs. So I think that examples like this maybe could be of inspiration for future better dialogue between the two worlds. But I would like to move now to the last set of questions. So I think that we have several, but I have to obey to the orders of Mokhtar, otherwise, so give me the order. Morocco first, please. Okay. So he's a political guy, so I have to respect what, what he tells me. Please go ahead.
Bonjour, Kamal Aitmik, je suis membre du Parlement marocain et membre du bureau du Forum des jeunes parlementaires. Tout d'abord, je remercie Son Excellence, M. Murtada Omar, qui a insisté à travailler sur ce sujet, et bien évidemment l'Institut ICIS. Aujourd'hui, le sujet est la science et la politique, donc on parle clairement de la diplomatie scientifique. Et quand on parle de diplomatie scientifique, aujourd'hui, nous les politiques, on est bien convaincus que la science encourage et participe à la paix au monde, dans le monde. Aujourd'hui, en tant que politicien, et je pense qu'il faut que dans chaque pays, on crée un groupe de suivi, parce qu'il y aura des recommandations, et l'essentiel, c'est de voir chaque pays ce qu'il a fait, et comment la diplomatie scientifique peut participer. Je donne un exemple. Par exemple, créer des autoroutes d'eau entre deux pays, et c'est des accords bilatéraux ou multilatéraux qui relèvent des politiques, mais aussi tout en respectant et en prenant en compte les recherches scientifiques. Merci.
Merci. Next question.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom c'est Norbert Tankwano. Je suis le secrétaire exécutif du comité interparlementaire G5 Sahel qui regroupe les 5 parlements du Sahel. Alors, ma question, elle est simple. Nous parlons donc de la relation entre la science et la politique. On sait que la science ou les recherches scientifiques sont gouvernées par les principes de l'indépendance, de la neutralité et de l'objectivité. Alors que la politique, c'est très souvent, les décisions politiques ne sont jamais neutres, ne sont pas indépendantes et très souvent ne sont pas objectives. Et comment est-ce qu'on peut concilier la science et la politique dans ce cadre? Je vais être un peu plus précis. Très souvent dans la conscience populaire, en Afrique ou ailleurs, on a l'impression que les recherches scientifiques sont dictées ou orientées par des décisions politiques et au service donc des États les plus puissants par rapport aux États mineurs, les moins avancés. Et comment est-ce qu'on peut concilier la recherche scientifique par rapport donc aux décisions politiques pour aboutir à la coexistence pacifique? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So next question.
My name is Sun from Cần University. First of all, many thanks for your presentation. I learned a lot of the scientific-based event in the process of the policy development. Very interesting. But I ask you only one question: how to apply between the developed country and developing countries. Especially, I understand the Rosette, the first very important, raising the issue and policy debate, the first stage of the Rosette of policy development. So developed country, different developing country, this is the first. And the second stage of the Rosette of policy development, this is the policy engaged and establishment belong to the parliamentary. And the third stage depend on the policy implementation by the body of the government structure. And later on, the people who are receive the policy, especially water security, very, very complicated because policy feedback in the rosette like that. So, do you have experience with the main approach within how to involve in the rosette more efficiency between developed and developing countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Mokta? There, and then you.
Thank you. I will be directing my question. As Ambassador Mukhtar mentioned, that the IPU will working on report about water security and model legislation. What would be the scale of this initiative, School of Peace, in the future at or on the parliamentary level? Also, as Mr. Mauricio mentioned, the meeting between scientific and some Arab parliamentarians, we need to ask parliamentarians what their point of view about science. Also, we need to make trust from parliamentarians about science. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then the last question, I think.
Bonsoir, je suis Mohamed Anwar de l'Algérie, député algérien. Bon, je voudrais dire que la science et les scientifiques, ils ont fait beaucoup de bonnes choses pour la population mondiale, mais si on parle de la relation des politiciens et des scientifiques, là, on est obligé de parler sur les guerres. Parce que là, les scientifiques, ils exécutent des décisions politiques. Et la question, comment empêcher cette exécution? Ou comment faire d'empêcher les politiciens à influencer les chercheurs pour limiter ces armes et d'autres mauvaises choses pour la population. Merci.
Okay, so to close our panel, we have a number of questions that I try to summarize. There is this question on the bad usage of science. There is a question on how can one reconcile neutrality, which is typical from the world of science, and the needs of politics. And the question on how can research be put available to rich and poor countries or developing countries and already developed countries. And then the collaboration, I would call it the transboundary collaboration for projects that go beyond borders. So there are really questions that touch different points. And I would like to give the floor now to Denis to answer some of them.
I'll answer two of the questions. In terms of the Arabic MPs and their attitude to scientists, this is a global question, not just a question in the Arabic countries. And in fact, as I said earlier on in my presentation, we've been doing some research in Ireland. And at our working group meeting last week, we're looking now at replicating a survey of members of parliament around the world, which we're hoping to launch in Angola. But we need the members of parliament to actually respond to that survey. But the intention is to have the first ever global survey of political attitudes to scientists, to scientific research, and how we can improve that engagement. So we're trying to do that. In terms of the question in relation to developing countries and getting access to technology and to tools and to solutions, there is a responsibility on the so-called developed world and the scientists that are being funded by the developed world to make that technology freely available where it can actually improve the outcomes for ordinary citizens in many parts of the world. And just to give you one practical example of it, every year hundreds, absolutely hundreds of innovative solutions to water and other problems come off patent. But there is no universal repository where you can access that information and technology. So even taking the tools that are there, that have been developed, that are no longer licensed, but actually to know what those tools are and to be able to apply them in itself is a unique challenge. And if we could even just do that much, it would be a significant positive step to actually delivering practical solutions in the developing world. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to know if Carlos and Mokhtar have something to say on the question. Then I would like to say something on two of these questions, please.
Yes, regarding the neutrality of science and versus the non-neutrality of politics, some of the outcomes of science could be considered as objective. Although science is always warning, this is what we know at this stage. Maybe in the future we know something else. I mean, look at the history of physics, how much physics has been able to develop new paradigms contradicting previous paradigms when it was saying that something doesn't fit with the theory doesn't fit with the experiments. But science itself is not neutral. The process, the social process of science and research and innovation and technology is not at all neutral. It's not at all objective. It is a social process. And as such, it is informed by values, by interests, by incentives, by the way the funding is done, by the way how the scientists are rewarded for their work, etc., etc. So one of the things I think we have to go forward is to question how this social process is happening now, and in a way take a repossession by society, and in a way by politics as an expression of society, of this social process of science. To me, it's very clear in the case of AI, which is everywhere, as you know. In AI, I agree with Maurizio, yes, fundamental research has to be promoted, but in AI there is very little fundamental research. It's basically applied research and applications and technology, which has its own logic, and we are considering that it was coming from the stars or coming from elsewhere, as if we had to adapt to whatever comes out of the labs. No, sorry. It's society which has to say what are the right questions that AI could contribute to solve, and not to become, like the slaves of the robots. This is nonsense. So let's reframe the social process of science and technology. Then the second comment is about developing and developed. As I said before, sorry, we have to rethink these categories. No country is developed. If we take development as something, we cannot continue considering development as something which is only good for a small portion of the population and not for the whole of humanity, and which is not good for the ecosystems, the natural ecosystems, for the whole of life. So we have to rethink development. I think the term is obsolete. We have to talk about well-being, human and natural well-being for all, and consider that well-being, and we know from ancient wisdom and modern science, we know that the health and well-being of people depend on the quality of their relationships with other human beings and with nature and with time. So at the core of well-being there is relationships and creativity, I would say, not consumerism, which is what development in the current definition is associated to, and which is usually problematic, as we say every day. As we see every day, sorry.
Thank you. Mokhtar?
I would like to take the last part, which is very interesting, which is when you mentioned AI. And then I would like to respond to the question. I would like to tell, for the first time in history,
in the 23rd of May 2023, the director of ChatGPT and the IBM AI director of the department of an IBM for AI, beside one of the most amazing and the founders of lots of programs of AI, the three of them, they went to the Congress voluntarily. They asked to be regulated. They informed the congressmen and congresswomen about the dangers that they are entering. And that was an incident, historical incident, that scientific people, scientists, and investors in such a very lucrative industry, they go themselves to be regulated. They don't understand the power of what they have right now. I would like to say that this is by itself required from parliamentarians to take much closer look for AI and the equivalent of AI. And then I would like to talk about the Africa. And we've been listening about what we have to do, and we should really, within the package of the relation between science and politics, we should apply some of the global principles like equality, like human rights, those wonderful words. We would like to see to revise what is the term equality, how it is applied vis-a-vis the support, the scientific support going to Africa. When we want to talk about the term human right, we want to say, okay, where is the right for the underdeveloped countries, countries in process of development, for the basic science? I tried to say science, people told me the intellectual property and. Okay, where is the charter, or where is the resolution, the international resolution that gives the African countries, the Sahel countries, the right for knowledge? So I would like just to say that in a conclusion, yes, the parliamentarians are asked now to be involved based on what happened in May 2023, and it is big. Everybody's talking about this language model, GPT, but as a matter of fact, we have to start being very close to this. It is forming the future right now. And then the last point, and then we talked, of course, the right for knowledge, and then how what we are doing right now is helping the parliamentary work, the modalities. Yeah, it is helping. We're trying to collect, right now, we are trying to collect examples, good experiences, best practices regarding science in each country. We have to make a toolkit. Parliamentarians can choose, can pick and choose. We have to work together to find the model legislation. It is not only the Charter of Ethics on Science and Technology that we are trying to do. Is to try to find the model legislations for parliamentarians that they can use in order to address the gaps of international resolutions on the national level, the gaps of the conventions, important conventions on the national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to conclude, allow me to say a few words on two questions. The one that concerns the conciliation between neutrality of science and the needs of politics to answer concrete needs of the society. I personally think that these, let's say, a better solution can only come if the two communities are capable to speak a language which is mutually understandable, which means that you have to make an effort on both sides to come to an understanding, because the good solution is the solution that profits to the people and not to one of the two parties. That's, in my opinion, quite an important point. And then I would like to answer to the representative of Algeria, who asked the question on the bad usage of science, and relate this also to what was said by my friend Carlos. I could make the example, which is a trivial one, that if you invent a knife, you can use it to do good cooking, but also to kill someone. So science could be used in a bad way if there is the intention to use it in a bad way. But I would like to go a bit further on this and come into what he said and try, after having received and agreed upon the criticism, a lot of criticisms on science, I would like to defend at least fundamental science. I don't agree at all with him on that, because fundamental science is neutral by definition. And it would be really a disaster if politics try to influence fundamental science. On the contrary, Carlos mentioned something that for a scientist like me is another dimension, which is the social process of science, which is something that I fully agree is not, or can be not neutral by definition. And it is exactly on that dimension, on the social process of science, that can lead to a bad usage of science for armaments, for instance, that it is necessary, in my humble opinion, to have an investment from both sides, from the political side, to understand what the scientists can provide and can say, and also from the scientific side to bring in reasons to make such that the usage that is made of technology, which is a byproduct of science, is the good one. And with these words, I would like to thank you all for the patience of listening to us, but also for the very interesting dialogue, at least in my opinion, that you have been able to set up with us. Thank you very much, and have a good lunch. Lunchtime now. You said at a certain moment that science is not neutral.
The social process of fundamental science.
But that's not science. It's not science.
But that's what they say.
No, on that I agree.
The outcomes of science can be neutral. I mean, I agree. Yeah, the results.
So we agree.
Yeah.
lô.
Memorize the First World Science event reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. Three, two, one. a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Định, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
asked about whether they would, come back. I think it would be like 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. or something to start. So it's 30 minutes. So I'll try to check.
Memorize the First World Science event reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
So you wanna go before me? Then I can walk around. No, I won't.
which memorialized the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please, a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. acknowledge with only 3 minutes. And which is memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo của khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. quý vị đại biểu ổn định là chúng ta bắt đầu nghi lễ thắp đuốc khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của phương ngọn đuốc khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. gentlemen, the talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And
We're ready to go. So this morning we had our formal launch and then we were talking theoretically in relation to the relationship between science and Parliament. But now we want to get into the practical element of things, because this conference is very much orientated around trying to find practical solutions to the challenges that we have, particularly in the Middle East and the Sahel, but in other parts of the world as well. So I'm delighted to be joined this afternoon by a team of scientists that are going to talk to us about using some of the satellite technology tools to look at how we can use those to address some of the challenges in relation to water monitoring in different parts of the world. So we have Linda Tomasini, who is here, and Linda is going to address us first. Then we have Mr. Khalid Massif and Ms. Tyler Tone, who will be addressing us. We're going to open it up to the floor then for questions after that. So over to you, Linda, and we'll start things rolling.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Xin chào quý khách. So, I'm Linda Tomasini from CNES, the French Space Agency. I'm responsible for co-development applications of space technologies, including remote sensing data. I'm also responsible for the capacity building program of CNES. And this presentation, it was prepared with my colleague Philippe Maison-Grande, who is the land program manager at CNES. So maybe a few words about water security challenges. So there is, of course, a demographical pressure, and we are expecting the world population to increase by around 2 billion people in 2050. So it means that we will have more pressure on agriculture and energy, also more geopolitical issues related to transboundary watersheds, and also increased pressure on coastal and riverside areas. Another challenge is related to biodiversity, pressure on animals' habitat, regarding rivers, wetlands, and coastal zones, and there's the question also of connectivity and pollution. Of course, you are aware about the climate change and the global warming that unfortunately we will have to address around, in average, around +2 degrees in 2050. And there will be, so there is already an impact on water and carbon cycles, and we are also facing an increased frequency and severity of extreme hydrometeorological events such as inundations, droughts, and storms. Related to all these aspects, there are mitigation and adaptation challenges for scientific research and applications in all the domains related to economy, ecology, geopolitics, and risk. And to address these challenges, there's a need to have time-consistent, homogeneous, and reliable observations at all scales. And so I will try to convince you that space observations are an important asset to meet these needs of observations. So maybe let's start with sea level rise. So this session is about water security and fresh water security, but however, sea level rise is not decorrelated from the question of fresh water. As we will see, in fact, satellite observations have made possible the measurement of sea level rise in a very precise manner. We are able to quantify the sea level rise in millimeters thanks to satellite observation. So for 30 years now, thanks to a constellation of different satellites, French and American satellites mainly, we are able to have homogeneous long time series, accuracy of measurement, good resolution, spatial resolution, revisit, and various types of observation. And by combining this satellite data with in situ data and models, we are able to quantify the global mean sea level rise, and now the sea level rise is approximately 4 millimeters per year in a global manner. Okay, that's the average on the Earth, and it can be more on in certain regions, and it can be less. So on the bottom of the slide, you have the name of the satellites who made this observation possible, starting with the Topex Poseidon satellite that was launched in 1992 in cooperation between France and NASA. So what are the causes of the sea level rise? The first cause is the thermal expansion, because the temperature of the ocean is rising, so it causes thermal expansion. So about 25% of the sea level rise is related to this thermal expansion. Then we have the problem of glaciers melting, Iceland melting also, and continental water runoff also going to the ocean. So how do space observation contribute to this measurement, assessment of the different contribution to the sea level rise? So regarding glacier mass balance, it can be obtained from 3D optical imagery. We are able to monitor the glacier all around the world thanks to stereo 3D images taken from optical satellites, high-resolution optical satellites. So maybe you heard about the Spot 5, 6, and 7 family optical satellite developed by CNES and Airbus in France, and Pléiades also. There will be a follow-up for these satellites, a CO3D mission developed by CNES and Airbus, which will be launched in 2 years. And so what you can observe on these maps is the negative, of course, glacier mass balance all around the world, and you can evaluate it in an accurate way thanks to these 3D observations. I would like to go on with another kind of measurements that is needed for water budget assessment, that is the river discharge all around the world. So here you have the map of a project called the GRDC, which is the Global Runoff Data Center. And on this map, depending on the color of the dot represents the last available, the last date at which we have available data. So when you have blue dots, it means that you have the measurements after 2010 and 2010, and if you have orange or red dots, it means that after 2010, there's no measurements. So you can see that there's a lack of in situ measurement regarding river discharges all around the world. Another problem also related to in situ measurement is that what we need is homogeneity of data and accuracy, and because all these measurements, they are performed in different manners with different instrumentations, it's difficult to have a homogeneous data set. Of course, all the in situ observation stations, they need to be maintained, and so it has some cost also. And also what can be missing is the availability of data on transboundary watersheds because of difficulty dealing with data sharing. And also some areas, of course, they are difficult to access because of geographical or security constraints. And so water resources, we need to have an integrated approach, and this is what space observation can support. So here you have the HydroWeb service portal developed by CNES with laboratories in France. And thanks to satellite observations, we are able to monitor lakes and reservoirs and rivers, and in a continuous manner. And so we have around 11,000 virtual stations worldwide, and we are covering also thousands of lakes. And so these data, they are freely available. Here you can see an example of the use of this data. So this is a very recent publication by researchers in an international team. And in their paper that was published in Science, they show that there is what is the trend in lake water storage. It's a negative trend, of course, in the context of climate change, and thanks to observation and also in combination with models, they are allowed to estimate the trends for lake water storage by using altimetry satellite, and also satellites that allow to measure the surface water extent. Maybe just a little equation to show the different contribution to the water budget and how space data, space observations contribute to the assessment of the different contribution. So the water budget equation, it can be easily understood. First, the evolution of soil moisture, okay, has an impact on the water budget. The surface water also evolution, the groundwater, which is so difficult to measure and observe. And so all the evolution of these three quantities, they are the result of the precipitation, evapotranspiration phenomena, and also runoff. And for each of these quantity, there are satellite observations that can be used to evaluate the quantities. So there are satellites able to measure soil moisture, for instance. So the European satellite SMOS, the American satellite SMAP. There, regarding surface water, I've mentioned also altimetry satellite already. Regarding groundwater, so groundwater is the most difficult object to observe. What is used is gravimetry satellite. So American satellite called the GRACE mission allows to deduce in an indirect manner the quantity of groundwater thanks to the measurement of the gravity field of the Earth. We also have satellite measuring the precipitations, like the GPM satellite from NASA and JAXA. JAXA is the Japanese space agency. And thanks to thermal infrared measurements, we are also able to assess the evapotranspiration from vegetation. And runoff is also being estimated thanks to altimetry satellite. And regarding altimetry satellite, there's a very, very new mission that was launched last year, end of last year, in collaboration between CNES and NASA. And this satellite is the first mission dedicated to hydrology. So it will be able not only to measure sea level, but also continental land water level and surface. So for the moment, the mission is under calibration by the science team, and then the data that will be available in an open and free manner. So this is really a very, very new mission that will with increased performances, especially in global coverage. And then I have a last slide on the SMOS mission, because the SMOS mission was launched already 10 years ago, but ESA has decided to keep it longer in orbit, because there are many observations, information that can be deduced from this satellite, like ocean salinity, measuring ocean ice, and also soil moisture, as I told you already. I think this was my last slide, but what I would like to say is that water must be monitored in an objective and independent manner, and that space observation can contribute to this monitoring of the water cycle. Space observations, of course, they must be used in combination with local in situ data, and also hydrodynamics models. Space observations, they can easily be used for cooperation, and they must be shared with local actors, because local actors, they have the knowledge of what's happening on the ground under the local context and activities. And if we want, for instance, to differentiate climate driver from anthropogenic driver, the local context knowledge is really necessary. But space observation, that's an asset that can be used for cooperation. And for that purpose, capacity building is needed, because local local actors. They must know how to use the data, how to process the data, how to combine them with local information. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. So thanks for setting the scene in relation to that. Now we're going to have Khalid, who is going to take over from here.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to IPU and ICIAC for this opportunity. So this is the most dangerous session after lunch. Everybody's feeling a bit, so that's why I try to be very quick and try to be objective. So if I cross my time, moderator, please feel free to stop me. There's nothing more a Bangladeshi likes after food than an unoccupied microphone. Okay, so pleasure to be here, and a little bit about the organization I work for. It's called United Nations Satellite Center. It's a division of United Nations Institute for Training and Research, and our mandate is to provide United Nations funds, programs, and specialized agencies with satellite-derived and geospatial-derived information for decision-making. So what do? We do a lot of satellite image analysis. We started doing disaster monitoring. So after flood or earthquake, we use satellite image to derive decision-making products, because in the aftermath of a disaster, you need objective information in order to take actions. And we also do a lot of training capacity development, and everything is tied together with Earth observation, machine learning, and big data analytics, and any other frontier technology. So this is something I wanted to touch upon, even though my fellow panelists showed a lot of examples. We are at the golden age of Earth observation. There are so many satellites out there. Thanks to ESA, NASA, JAXA, all the space agencies, we are receiving more and more data about Earth. And sometimes we have daily observations, covers every point of Earth. We have weekly observation at a community scale. We can even see some houses, buildings, roads. So the observation is there. And now is the time to make use of the data, because right now we have too much data. And we are just heading towards how to make use of the data. So I show one example that is really incredible from this global surface water explorer that utilizes water observation from last 35 years. So different satellite image from last 35 years had been put together, and all you can see is some colors. Deep blue is where there is always water, and light blue or the other areas where, so seasonal water, like water doesn't exist all the time. So this has been computed through 45 years of satellite images put together. And what it tells us that Tonle Sap is the permanent water, and we also have some seasonal water. And what does this mean? Is it agriculture, aquaculture, or is it flood? So with the observation, we can do further digging, and we can understand that this is seasonal water, because you have few months of a year presence of water, and few months of a year there is no water. So what I'm trying to say is, if we manage to use this big data, because I'm saying 45 years of imagery, if we manage to harness this, we will be able to see the evidence, like where is water and what is the water dynamics. And this is a very good evidence in order for us to dig deeper and understand why this is happening, why the pattern is changing. For example, before 2007, there was no water here, but now suddenly it has become seasonal water. So it can help us to pinpoint the problem and dig deeper. So what is good now? The good is we have lots of satellite images, and there are many more sensors and satellites are coming up. We are getting more and more observation. And some sensors can even see through clouds, which is incredible. And many of the images are free of cost. You can get it from different portals and data sets. What is not so good? Are these data decision ready? Unfortunately, it is not, because these data sets will come in raw format most of the time. It will require expert analysis and expert judgment. And sometimes when the question to different answers are given at a global level, it doesn't address the community needs. So these are kind of the challenges that we've seen over the last 20 years we existed. So what we are trying to do here, the data sets exist, and sometimes it's too much data. And what we realize, if it is too complicated for the decision makers or policy makers to understand, it's not going to solve any problem. It's going to create more confusion, because you will have too much data, too much information to help you in decision making. So we try to take an approach where we take the data and we crush it down to numbers, indicators that may be beneficial for national level decision making. And this is what we are trying to achieve with something called decision support system. So this is just an example where we have big amount of data, we take everything down, and we try to come up with numbers and indicators. So I'll quickly show some examples how we are working with several countries in addressing some of the needs of the community. So this is one project we are working on right now with the generous funding from Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. So in different countries, we work in disaster resilience, environmental monitoring, sustainable water management, land management. So I show you one example. This is a satellite image I was talking about, can see through cloud, radar images. And all you can see, every few days it's taking photo, and the black area here is water. So with this information, we cannot do much. We just see where is water and where is not water. So we understood this cannot be really used for decision making. So what we were able to do, because we are living in the age of AI, so we could use AI to detect flood from those images that you see here. We detected flood, and also we have put together everything in a dashboard like this, where a decision maker can easily go and see the indicators and numbers, which communities are most affected, and how to address the needs, and where are the croplands that are being affected. So what we did, we created an end-to-end system that downloads the satellite image, analyzes, and provides indicators and numbers that will be used by decision makers during emergency, because there is no time to waste during those situations. So this is one example for flooding using artificial intelligence technology. So then again, we realized there is lots of scientific information available. In many of the countries, researchers were there, and some of these researches were very expensive to do. And the data sets were sitting in a hard drive somewhere, and it was not being used for decision making. So what we did, we put together systems like this that will identify and pinpoint hotspot where population is living and where is flood probability. So when you juxtapose these two information together, what you end up with is the brown areas where there will be hotspot of risk, because there is flood hazard and there is also humans living there. Then finally, going to user-oriented approach. So this is a kind of one of our crown jewel. In Fiji, we received a lot of information about crops and soil, and also the irrigation information. And together with the community, so we worked with the community. So we worked with the Ministry of Agriculture in Fiji, and we worked with the community to kind of put together all of this information. So as you can see, the villages were consulted, and we put all this information together in a platform like this, where a villager can tap into a location like that and understand in their land parcel what kind of crop they should grow without any intervention or any irrigation, because scientific studies had been carried out 40 years ago on what type of irrigation, what type of land is there, and what type of crop should grow there. So we kind of put together all this information in an easy-to-use interface where 70,000 farming households will be able to tap into this information for resilient agriculture. And also for sea level rise, when we sometimes talk about sea level rise, we say 1 meter sea level rise, 1.5 meter sea level rise, but that kind of downplays the impact the community may have. So here is an example, an easy-to-use tool that is designed for the village leaders and decision makers, where they can up the slider to different sea level rise and understand what will be the impact on their community. This is much more visual in terms of making their sense that 40% of my community will be gone if there is a 1 meter sea level rise. So this is more powerful if we put it in a scenario like this. So I think I'm going to exceed my time, so I'll quickly wrap up. So another tool we started developing, we realized a decision is not only science-driven, because when you have a decision, you need to think about the society, you have to think about the community, and you have to think about the human rights-based approach. So, for example, this is one tool we developed for Fiji. In Fiji, they are doing a lot of climate change relocation. So a lot of vulnerable community are hit by cyclones, storm surges, and flood frequently, every few months. And the government wants to relocate them. So we thought, how about we put together all the criteria that needs to be considered. For example, when they relocate to a new area, they should not be going to more hazardous area. They should be closer to schools and hospitals, because if they are relocated in the remote area, they will not be connected to anything. So the relocation needs to be human rights based. So what we did, we tried to bring the social aspect and the human rights based aspect, and we put together this tool where a decision maker is able to select the criteria he wants, and in the end, this tool will show green zones and red zones, where you can relocate according to your criteria and where you should not relocate because there will be more hazards. So for example, this will play along, and this is my second last slide. Okay, so the video is a bit slow, but it's basically, it gives the power to the decision makers and the community. They're able to select their criteria and build an analysis, and that will show them where is the, okay, it did not play. Sorry about that. Okay, so ultimately what comes out, it did come up. So it shows the red areas and the green areas. So the red areas are where you should not relocate them, because it's going to be too far from any roads, schools, hospitals, and it's going to be in a dangerous location. So this is how we are trying to bring the technology and the science closer to the community, closer to decision makers. And lastly, what we try to do, and we realize that we are doing a project and we need to transfer this knowledge to the decision makers. So we are doing a lot of capacity building, transferring these techniques to the government stakeholders in all of these countries. So key lessons learned from doing this project, we need to focus on decisions because we have literally too much data and we are not using it properly. Then another is most of the time in scientific community and engineering community, we are guilty. We talk too much about problem, but we do not come up with a solution. So we ourselves, we need to talk more about the solutions, not only the problem. Then the last thing is user-centered approach must be a key, because the analysis, the science, and everything we are developing, it is to be used by the community and the decision makers. It's not for us. So we need to take this extra step to custom tailor and make it useful for the decision makers, because decision makers do not have plenty of time to go through and play with the data. So we need to take the extra step to make the information decision ready. And final step where we realize, as I give example of the Fiji crop suitability application, this was very rewarding because we developed the solution together with the community. And we know for sure they are using it for making a better decision what type of crop to grow. If we just created our application and thrown at them, they will not trust the application. So to build trust, we need to create ownership of the community and within an approach of co-creation. So this is all from my side, and I thank you very much, and over.
Thank you, Khalid. So the final presentation now we're going to have from Thai, and she is going to put her presentation up there, and then we're going to open it up for questions and answers and give a grilling to some of these scientists.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Thuy Le Tuan. I'm a senior scientist in remote sensing in the Centre d'études spatiales de la biosphère, Toulouse, France. And it is a big pleasure and honor for me to be here to talk to you about the Planet of Water, Earth Observation Program as a tool to monitor water. And first, I want to share with you what I learned about the water security. So maybe you have discussed about that. And we use the UN water definition, which describes the water security as the capacity of a population to safeguard sustainable access to water of adequate quantities and acceptable quality for sustaining livelihood, human well-being, socio-economic development, and ensuring protection against waterborne pollution and water-related disaster, should it be a flood or a drought, and preserving ecosystem in a climate of peace and political stability. So and the sentence that I written here is that water insecurity is often the main cause of food insecurity, and in many cases now, a cause of transboundary issue. And okay, what is the threat to water security? So we have climate change, extreme events, drought, floods, precipitation pattern changing, sea level rise. You have population growth, which increase the water demand. You have the land use change, expansion of industry, of urban area, and you have agriculture and practice, which is intensifier. You have deforestation, all that leading to stress on hydrological system, overuse of water and pollution. So the water inequity between social communities, unregulated upstream use by other community or other country, and also inadequate infrastructure, some being infrastructure upstream, some other have nothing downstream, for example. Okay, why we need data for maintaining water security? So I pass very quickly about that because it's the topic of this meeting. There's a planning, the planning, evaluation, management, monitoring, enforcement. But for the planning, you see the last sentence here is a planning is need for risk reduction, market development, effective management of water resources, and reducing the impacts of short-term extreme events and long-term environmental trends. So most of our work is on short-term extreme events and not many for the long-term environment trends. So I want to stress on this one. Okay, then here you have evaluation, management, monitoring, etc. what data we need that could be provided by Earth observation? Okay, you have seen the presentation by Linda, by Khaled. Precipitation to determine drought and flood potential. Surface water extent to monitor water network, flood and drought. Soil moisture to determine the water in the soil for plant growth. Groundwater to determine the location of groundwater aquifers and their rate of recharge or depletion. Reservoir and lake storage to calculate the storage volume, availability for irrigation for hydropower, and water quality for suspense, matter, pollution, etc. So all those parameters or variables you can determine by remote sensing. And okay, why we use remote sensing for water security monitoring strategy? Because you have seen that satellite data provide impartial global coverage with standardized data. And they are not limited by national boundaries. So they are useful for informing international and transboundaries water issues. And most of the research is limited to region or boundaries of the province or the national. And now we have a more global issue. And satellite data are useful where in-situ data are not available or sparse. And also, this one is very important. Satellite data production is funded by developed country in the world. It's like the US, French, Japan, Germany, etc. But they are for global use. Anybody in the world can use the data. But there's a challenge. What are the challenges? Because the data provided by satellite, as shown by Linda, shown by Khaled, cannot be understood by decision makers. You need to transform into adequate information to have their decision makers. First, you have to observe and to show the changes, to understand the threats to water security, whether from climate change or human pressures. Operation and application rely on long-term sustainability of satellite platform. What I explained to you. Before, when we launch a satellite, it's for scientific exploration. And we need, for application, we need operational satellite. Like now, there's many systems providing the data every 6 days, every 10 days, even every day, depending on the kind of satellite. And also, the most important is that the data need to be open and at no cost. Anybody in the world could download the data with no fee. And the algorithm to provide the information need to be adapted to the local or regional condition, not the global one. And many water information are of global scale, not sufficient for supporting local planning, management decision, for example. And the last one is the lack of knowledge by water security user on the use of Earth observation. Here we have the satellite by NASA. You can see all kind of satellite that exists now. For example, SWOT that Linda talked about. You have Landsat data, the GRACE data for soil, for water. And here you have the ESA Earth observation mission. Here for science, not operational, and Copernicus for operational use, meteorology. Every day you have meteorological data. We don't pay attention. It's satellite free of charge as well. And for example, for the science, I am initiator of this satellite called Biomass, which will be launched in 2025, and for measuring forest biomass, also very important for the water cycle, for the carbon cycle, but water cycle as well. Okay, so there's plenty of data, and every day you have the data, you can download it for free, but nobody uses it, or very few people. Okay, so this is a, and I can show some few examples. We have a lot of examples and dashboards to show like a colored, but I show something that we cannot see by our eyes. Here, the illustration, the impact of water extraction on land subsidence. And here, if you land in Ho Chi Minh City in the rainy season, you can see this kind of flooding, city flooding during the rainy season. And the cause is the urban expansion, which increase the water extraction, and the soil is very soft, scinty loam soil of the delta. And okay, there's an effect of sea level rise, but also by human extraction of water. And so we cannot see where the subsidence. There are in situ data, but very sparse. And here we use the two images of here Alois Pansar data in the past. It's a long time ago, in 2015, and you can see by radar interferometry this advanced technique in the last maybe now 15 years. You can map the subsidence of the city every time, and now it's continued. There's a few researchers in the room are doing that for Ho Chi Minh City as well, or Hanoi, etc. And then this is interesting. In the past, with ERS data, we look at here the border of Mexico and the US. Okay, one place there agricultural development, the other place no development in agriculture in the border. And thus a plan, groundwater extraction plan here, and we can see here the fringe indicated that here the land has a subsidence about 6 centimeters in 2 years. 6 centimeters is a lot, and this place is 17 kilometers by 8 kilometers. So meaning that the water extraction here can cause a problem here in the other country. So this kind of evidence from science can be used to resolve conflict, transboundary conflict. The other example of transboundary conflicts, here I put the title is a bit, okay. I'm supervised by, okay. Okay, so it's a provocative upstream hydropower dam in the Mekong Delta, in the Mekong. Do they contribute to the change in hydrological system of the Mekong? And we observe here the water volume in the last 10 years or many years here using the altimeters Linda talked about. And we saw that the last, since the building of the dams, the water volume in the Tole Sap decreased, diminution. Yeah. And here, also from HydroWeb, we look at the water level in the, here the Sông Hậu, and we can see that the water level, instead to have a regular annual cycle, now it changed. It changed, and like last year, 2000, no, not the, okay, no, 2022 here, the lowest one since ever at that one. Is it the precipitation? Is it the dams? Is it something? We have to look at those things. But what is the impact? The impact, we do the water extent monitor using Sentinel-1, similar to what I said before, but we did it every 6 days, and here the flood map per week, here permanent water for aquaculture, and we have here the effect on the rise every week, and here the number of consecutive floods from August to September, the number of days, to see, to understand more the flooding in the Mekong Delta, why it's not like normal. And here we have a closer look at what is the impact. And here you can see here in this province, high dike has been, and so the flood avoid this place, go down to the downstream, and then the downstream, the people they know, and they avoid the fruit season. They don't grow rice here from this place to November, from September to November. But the problem now is the flood extent and timing have a significant inter-annual change. It changed completely from the extent and from the timing, earlier, later, or higher flood extent. And then when the flood extent is now earlier here, the rise in Cần Thơ, downstream here impacted. Yeah, how we solve the problem? We raise the high dike in the downstream region. Okay, so what the scientific say, okay, we go further, we say what we could do. We mitigation measure. We need to have availability of timely information from upstream dam. The operation of the dam should be known before for the farmer downstream to prepare. And also, okay, and we can have also a rotation fruit season rice with flooding. We can let the rice land flood in this region. And the adaptation measure, we advance the rice season in semi-dike region. So there's some solution, but we need to work together with neighboring country in order to, okay, so to continue. Space agencies are providing huge amount of useful data for supporting water security. And the derived information can be used not only for short-term emergency operation, but also when you combine with in-situ data and model, you need to understand the threat, to simulate scenario for the future. And the satellite data are the most effective for monitoring, analyzing the threat of water security when they are used in response to the specific needs expressed by country or region. In particular, for transboundary issue, many countries can sit together to solve one problem together with impartial scientific data. And the last one is very important. The country should be able to use Earth observation data in their strategy and action to achieve their SDG water security targets. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ty. I'm going to ask the three speakers to come back up to the stage again now. And we're going to open it up to the floor for questions. But can I put one question, Ty, please take a seat there. Can I put one question to each of the speakers? And that is, you know, we have members of parliament here from different parts of the world. And it's great having this satellite data, and there's huge potential in relation to it. But it's pointless unless we can apply this at local level, like you've done here in Vietnam in terms of the flood dikes for the rice and paddy fields. What do countries have to do to take the huge resource of data that's there globally and apply that in their own countries or in their own regions? And you mentioned, Ty, in your presentation about the algorithms. And algorithms is part of it, but also it's the data. So for example, if we take groundwater, the groundwater data that we have from the GRACE satellite is really only effective even if you have one remote monitoring station on that groundwater site to tie in with the satellite imagery would make a huge difference in relation to the effective monitoring of that. So my question is, what do countries and members of parliament, what should they be looking for to happen in their country to take this global data and to be able to apply it locally?
Yeah. Okay, so I think that we misunderstood the values of the data. When you use the GRACE data, you know about the groundwater distribution in the world. But then the accuracy is not enough for local management or planning decision, and not enough. And you have to look at this, for example, for this solution in Midwest or the drought or whatever, what are the resolution you need, what kind of data you need, and there's a lot of data, and you have to work with the scientists in the region and the scientists in the world to solve this local problem. So there's two things. There's global data is very useful to write publication in Nature, in Science, but for the local solution, you need to work on it, and in particular with the knowledge and the competence of the local people. So capacity building is very important.
Thank you. And Linda, do you want to answer the same question there from your perspective?
But I think I have almost the same answer, and I would like to stress that capacity building is very important. And I think what countries have to do is to develop science and develop capacities around the processing of space observations and apply to different fields, because in agriculture that's a different topic than risk, and so in every field there must be like the development of competencies related to the use of space data.
Khalid, have you anything else to add to that?
I think my fellow panelists already discussed how it could be used. Maybe I focus on when it doesn't work. So from my experience working with UNOSAT, when it doesn't work, when we try to take all the data and create a lot of information and dump it on the decision maker or community, because we make them overwhelmed. And most of the time, it's more confusing if you have too much information. So it doesn't work when we take all the data and try to create too much information from all different angles and give it to the community. So from my side, to make it work, I think we need to take the approach of private sectors. For example, if you want to order food now, you have an app where you go and it does one thing. You select the food you want and you order. If you want to listen to music, you go to Spotify or services like that, and you play a button, it plays music. So what I'm trying to get at, that we should focus on the problem. Like what problem we are trying to solve, then only we give enough information to solve the problem. So solutions or application needs to be custom tailored for every country, because context is different, understanding is different, then social paradigm is different. So we should focus on custom tailored solution for communities and society, instead of pushing a global data service, global solution, which might not be useful for the local community. So these are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll open it up to the floor. We have the first question here. Have we a microphone? Yep. First question here. Now.
Thank you. Remy Kinner from the UN Water Convention Secretariat. Great to hear from colleagues at the United Nations on satellite data. one quick question is, how much is this satellite data being used in the SDG reporting? So we have for SDG indicator 6.5.2, measuring transboundary water cooperation, that reporting cycle is currently in process, and I think that satellite data would actually be very useful in verifying countries' shared water bodies. So interested to hear about that. And also interested to hear how much are you interacting with river basin organisations, because the Mekong River Commission has a very strong satellite data program and also very good monitoring stations. And I'm very interested to hear how much you're working with river basin organisations to provide that context-specific, country-mandated implementation of measures to cooperatively manage shared water.
Thanks for that. So 2 questions, one in relation to the Mekong River and the other in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. So, Linda, do you want to?
Yes,
Yep.
maybe I can ask the question about the projects that we have with river basins organizations. And I've shown a slide with the SWOT satellite, and so I would like to say that in the preparation phase of the satellite, we had also preparation projects with river basins organization in Africa, in the River Basin Congo organization, and also in Niger. And so we had different projects being supported by the French Development Agency, because the French Development Agency, but also other organizations like the World Bank, they are willing to integrate space observations into their projects for development. And so they are working with river basin commissions to
Thai, do you want to answer in relation to the Mekong River?
But it's a very long process also. It's not so straightforward, but...
The question in relation to the Mekong River in terms of the agency that's managing the water there, in terms of their utilization of satellite data.
Okay, when I propose to launch a satellite called biomass is for the biomass of tropical forests, which is not possible to measure otherwise. And then there's a big section on the use of the data and what kind of organization will use the data. And so we spent a long time preparation, and it was before the SDG. And now later on we have to include the SDG 15, life on earth with the forest, etc. And we prepare with them. So the satellite has not been launched without consideration of the global use. But also at the same time, we consider the local use, like the deforestation or the biomass in Amazon or in the Congo Basin or in Indonesia. We work with the people in order to understand the need, etc. So to prepare one satellite, for me, we need 20 years. So we have a lot of time to interact with the user, the future user. Yeah, if they say no, we cannot do. Yeah, okay.
Kelly, do you want to add anything to that?
Maybe I touch on quickly upon the SDG monitoring. So per my knowledge, the satellite data has been used for SDG related land and water and terrestrial systems monitoring. And that is one big advantage, because it doesn't limit to a border. So the observation is purely global. So when you talk about satellites like constellations like Landsat or some of the Sentinel constellations from ESA, we get weekly coverage of the whole world. So that allows for monitoring the water and any other land and water dynamics. So that has been, part of my knowledge, has been used for SDG related monitoring.
Thank you. The next question, I know we had, yeah. Where's the microphone? Yep. Winslow.
Thank you. I would like to direct my questions to Khalid. Yeah, thank you for the presentations made by the 3 panelists. My question is that you say that there is right now too much data. And in your opinion, I mean, to reach the common man, the local level, what in your opinion should we be doing now? Because we know the problems, but solutions we are not really targeting. And in terms of that, saying that we're having too much data, should we now be focusing on imparting this information and simplifying the information and data to the local person at the community level? Thank you.
Khalid.
Thank you very much. Should I be responding? Or? Yep. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your question. I think in your question there is already the answer, because we know the problems. And we should not start with data. We should start with the problems. And look at the problem, and we have to step back and see this problem can be solved by what kind of data, what kind of evidence is needed. So to answer the question, we should really develop things focusing on community. We should talk to the community and understand what is the problem they are facing, and try to fully understand how we can create an evidence base using satellite images or the technologies that we have. So the starting point should be the problem, not the other way around, that I have this data and I will create problems to use the data. That should not be the way. So I think we should start with the community and start with the problem. And then the second key point is also ownership development is very key, because suppose you understood the community's problem very well and you explained to your scientists very well, and the scientists came up with a solution, and let's say in a couple of years you go to the community and say, this is your solution. You need to now move to another location 5 kilometers away because the location you are living right now is not safe. They are not going to accept, because they did not understand the process, how the information was generated. So they were not part of the analysis, they are not part of the process. So it's very important to do something called co-creation, like create with the community so they take full ownership of the analysis. Because sometimes we create the analysis and we dump it on them and say, like, now you need to obey and follow the science. But that should not be the way, because unless we create trust, there will be no application of the technology. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Khalid. And just to pick up on that, we've used this satellite data in Ireland in terms of flood plans. And we've developed flood maps, very detailed flood maps, right down to 1 metre, right across the country. But what we took was we took the satellite data and we brought it right around the country, and we asked the local people, how accurate is this? And we were able to refine it down to within 1 metre resolution by actually engaging with local communities. And then they bought into it, so they know that they cannot build in that particular area because in once in 1,000 years it's prone to flooding. But it's that type of engagement that's needed. It makes the data more accurate, but it also gives buy-in from the local communities as well. So I have one more question here, and I'm going to throw out a question then to the MPs that are here. Are there any specific challenges in your own countries where potentially you think this technology could apply? And we'll throw this at the 3 experts up here. So I have one question here, 2, 3. Yep.
Just a quick question, consistent with the 2 previous comments. Do you see any complementary data coming from other sources? One of them could be surveys, another social listening, drones, fixed sensors on fleets of taxis, and so on and so forth. What, in your opinion, are the main targets to integrate those into a comprehensive picture?
Thai, do you want to take that here? Yep.
Yeah, the survey data and the in situ data and the drone data for us is in situ data. And I want to stress the fact that for the solution, it's not just to observe, but to understand the cause. And to understand the cause, we need to go down with the scientists, local scientists, to understand the phenomenon. The example in the salinity intrusion, if the solution is to be like, it's not a way, because then the scientists found that if you extract the sand in the river, the water will go very fast, and then salinity will go further in the land. So if you stop the sand extraction, it's one of the solutions already. So we need to understand the causes, and this could be done together with scientists and the local experts, and using all the survey, the drone data, the ghost data, everything, before to have infrastructure solution, for example.
Yeah, and I think that's very important, because local communities know hydrology to a far greater extent than they've ever been given acknowledgement for. So they are very much part of that engagement. Amanda, I think you're next. Hold on, have the mic, have you? Hold on, mic.
I suppose I was trying to understand, you mentioned it takes 20 years to build up the satellite and get the data that you want. So, but then you're also saying you need to decide on the problem and then go and find the data. So are you saying that we have all the data we need, we just need to decide what bit of it we want to access, or do we still need to invest in finding the right satellites and data that we need to collect? So I'm a little bit confused. There seems to be a lot of data. Is it just the wrong data, or do we just need to ask it the right questions?
Who wants to answer that?
I don't know whether I understand the question. Why is it take so long time, 20 years ago?
No, I think the question is more, have we too much data at the moment and we're not asking the right questions, or is it the case that we don't have access to the data that we actually need, and that we need to be building satellites to answer those questions?
Okay, I don't know what I reply to your question, but for the antimetry, for the water body in the land, first there are a lot of satellites. People thought that it's done, but then many of the water body are of small size, and if we miss the small size water body, it will not work. And so in fact, the scientists should work on how to do it with fine resolution from the space for the water level, and it took time for them, but still now it's useful 20 years later, because the technology at that time was not enough to do this. Yeah.
Linda, either of the two, Khalid, do you want to answer?
Yes, maybe I would like to add just a comment about your statement that we have too much data. Maybe we can say that users, they might get lost because there are a wealth of data that they could use, but this does not mean that the data, they are not useful. And in fact, you're always looking for increased performance, increased accuracy, revisit resolution. And so I would say that, sure, there are a lot of data, but maybe the users, they could get lost, but there are not too much data. We have to make the best use of it. And that's the difficulty, maybe. And that's why we need expertise to make the best use of the data.
You want to add anything to that, Khalid?
Yeah, maybe I rephrase myself a bit. Instead of saying too much data, because there is room for more always. To your question, I think it's a bit of both. We have a lot of data, not too much, I'm not saying too much anymore. We have a lot of data, I think we need to make more use of it, like it's underutilized. And on the other side, we have problems. These problems could be solved by some of the data that exists today. We can always use for more data. But if we take from both sides, like if we focus on the problems and trace back what data can be useful for the context of my problem, then we will be able to locate sufficient amount of data that can help me in answering questions. So to answer your question, it's a bit of both. Like we have data, but better resolution, better revisit can help. Like in certain cases, we need to wait 1 week or 2 weeks for certain data. We could use daily data, or we could use higher resolution so we can see smaller water bodies. And at the same time, in different countries, the scientific research communities can, in most cases, many scientific communities in different countries, developing countries, do not know all the sources of data that exist. Like, there's a list of satellites, you saw the photo. So sometimes, many of the research agencies in certain countries, they are not aware of the technical developments. So capacity building needs to happen, that there is a new source of data, the scientific community in certain country will need to know how to make the most of it and how to tap into it for solving local problem. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the key thing here is to ask the question in relation to the challenge that is being posed in a particular community. I know you're talking about small water bodies and resolutions. Like we have in Ireland very small lakes, and we have been able to monitor pollution levels in those lakes using satellite technology, because you apply that along with analysing a small number of the lakes, and then you can extrapolate that right across the country. So it's a combination of the satellite in the sky and a small amount of basic analysis on the ground can actually lead to a huge amount of knowledge and opening up a huge amount of knowledge. Ambassador Omar Mokhtar, do you want to, who's got the microphone? Yeah. And then Remy after that, and Carlos.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you. Really, it's amazing to see how many satellites are just, how we are exposed to all those satellites. I want to know, first of all, the price of data. Is it open to all countries? And in regarding climate modeling, are you using, is this data is really heavy used? For example, when we talk about security and anticipating conflicts of at least of water secrecy or problems of water, can those data be used on early warning for drought that can lead to a vacuum? We have a good experience in the Sahel countries where when there's a drought, there is terrorism. Simple as that. When there's a drought, there's a vacuum of power of people, then comes Boko Haram. So I would like to ask about this. The price, is it open for all? Do you take permissions to scan from countries? Are all countries are open? So that's it. Thank you very much.
Now, yeah, Tari wants to take one of the questions here anyway.
Yeah.
No, just keep it close to you.
Okay, so very briefly, this thing that I want to stress is the ESA and Europe launched a series of satellites, and all are free of charge. Every few days we have data, every 3-4 days, Sentinel-2, Sentinel-1 every 6 days, and all are free of charge. So we make capacity building here to inform the user to how to use the data, how to download the data from here, and to make user to transform into information, because the data are not information. Okay, so free of charge for many most of the data on the altimeters or SAR data, some optical data, they are, except maybe very high resolution data, 50 centimeters or 20 centimeters resolution is for other use than civilian use, so they may be costly. But for civilian use, few meters resolution, enough for us to understand the problem, they are free of charge. Completely. You can test tonight, you can see that you could have the map of the whole Vietnam for free. Yeah.
Thank you. And if you want to add to that? No. So, Remy, you're next. Have you the microphone there?
Thank you. So we're talking a little bit about how we operationalize this data and how we use it. And I'd just like to make a note that under the convention, we have a working group on monitoring and assessment which is a global platform for exchanging experiences, strategies, data from global to regional to basin to national to community level. We have a standing working group on monitoring assessment. The next meeting is on the 17th and 18th of October, so upcoming. It'll be hybrid, so this is an open invitation to our scientists and colleagues on the stage who are looking at the satellite data at the global level, but also to parliamentarians and colleagues in the crowd to join that working group as a forum and a vehicle to operationalise this data and to discuss with both the technical side from your countries. So my colleague Oliver behind me, who I met from Zambia, Zambia is actually in the accession process to the Water Convention, and I'm sure that colleagues from that ministry will be joining. So it'd be good for parliamentarians to also join with technical officials in the ministries to talk to one another at a global level to exchange experiences from different regions. And there's also publications that we have which we'll also be launching. So an updated strategies for monitoring and assessment of transboundary rivers, lakes and aquifers will be launched at that meeting. So an open invitation to help operationalise and cooperate across borders.
Thanks, Jeremy. And you might share the link with the Secretariat as shared with members. Carlos, you're the next one there. Remy, if you just hand over the microphone there.
Yeah, just to thank you, to congratulate for all your work you are doing and making a couple of remarks, because equitable access to water for everybody within the planetary boundaries is definitely one of the challenges that we would like to put on the forefront of the UN Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development as one of the big questions. More than problems and solutions, I see reality in terms of questions and responses. So you start from a question, you obtain a response, and then you realize, oh, the first question was not the good one. We have to define another one, and so on and so on. And it's an iterative process, actually connected to all scales in this case. I just wanted to emphasize two things. One, at the global scale, there is a global commission on the economics of water working right now, which reports to UNGA, to the UN General Assembly, and it's defining, it's still working on, but it's defining water as a global common good, and then the governance of that global common good, how is it done, by who, at what levels, and so on, with very interesting new concepts like the idea of atmospheric rivers. Not only the rivers on the ground. So it would be interesting to connect what you are doing with what they are doing. And at a much more local level, what is also interesting is that the management of water has been one of those contexts which has created some of the oldest institutions, local institutions of human cultures. For instance, the Tribunal de las Aguas, the Court of Waters, which still exists in Spain, in the southeast of Spain. It still operates at a local level, and it's a millennial institution to arbitrate the conflicts among different users of waters. And that was one of the examples that Nobel Prize Elinor Ostrom studied to investigate about the conditions for proper management of common goods. So just to emphasize, thank you for the work you are doing. I would love to learn more about what you have in mind when I cannot agree more with the idea of co-creation. I don't know how much you have developed that, or just a call for the next phases. And connect this with also the social and political dimensions at the global level and also at the very local level.
I'm going to take one more comment from Amanda behind you, and I'll ask you to answer those questions and make any final comments you want then.
Okay, so now I think I understand what data you have or don't have. I'm just trying to think constructively. As a group of parliamentarians, what do we do with that knowledge that we don't know what to do with the data? And I'm just, given the examples that you've got, and like the example in Ireland, I'm just wondering if we could collect together a how-to for countries to look at, to say, look, this is possible with the data that we have already. It's being done in these places. You can access this data for free or whatever it costs. I don't think it's expensive to get the data. It's just using the data that costs money. This is really accessible data. It will help you monitor your water bodies. It will help you predict floods. It will help you whatever they are trying to do. So I'm just wondering if something like that exists or whether we should be putting something like that together.
I think that's a very good suggestion. I don't know if it exists. It wouldn't cost an awful lot to make that happen, but it would then provide the potential in terms of greater utilization if people could see the opportunities and potential provided by this. Now, Tai, do you want to make a final comment and maybe address some of the questions?
Okay, my final comment is not very nice. This water security attract a lot of companies, and sometimes the company got the big contract from the international organization, but they are not doing. Don't have enough scientific knowledge in order to solve the problem in return. And so the return when the solution when applied globally is okay, but to apply for this island is not good enough, etc. And so how to do it in order to integrate private sector, scientific researcher, and own kind of, and also social and economics expert, etc. And this, maybe if you raise, you have a project that integrate all those bodies, it would work. But right now, biggest project is one by big company. Yeah.
Thank you. Linda?
Okay, thank you. I think a lot of things was said. I fully agree that co-creation is really important, because when we're talking about problems and we identify solutions, usually there are not only one solution but many, and some we have to find trade-offs, compromise, and the question of sharing, how to share the water resource. We can easily understand that it can generate conflicts, but by sharing also raising awareness about all the challenges related to water security is very important, because it will affect all of us. So I think that's the job of the scientists also, to communicate about their research work. And so that's all for me. That was my final comment.
Thank you. Khalid?
Thank you. I think I really like the point Amanda raised, that like it's also the problem I face. Like when we are trying to design solutions for certain community, we always need to look up like what's new, because it's changing so fast. Like tomorrow there will be a new satellite, it will be better data. So having a repository of like what data and what solution connects to each other could be a really valuable tool for the parliamentarians to consult easily, that okay, this is my problem, is there anything relevant? What kind of data and what kind of technology is needed? So maybe a repository would be a good idea. Out of the top of my head, I could recall some repository, but it's organized by different agencies, so different perspective is there. So if IPU decides to take on something like that, that would be very interesting, to have a kind of repository of all the data and solutions that connect to each other. That's available right now at the moment. Then, from my last comment, I think I also ask the parliamentarians for providing an enabling environment for the researchers in this technique. Because why I say this, in certain countries, satellite images are still perceived as a tool for spying. So I think the parliamentarians will need to support the scientists in this field and provide the enabling environment. And that in turn will increase the research in your own country and help you make better decisions, informed decisions. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, and can I thank each of the three speakers, Ty, Linda, and Kate, for their presentations and answering the questions here today. I think there's lots of food for thought there. I was really impressed with what's happening in Fiji in terms of changing the crop rotation as a result of the satellite data, and I think there's huge opportunities there in the Middle East, in the Sahel, and in many other parts of the world to use that technology to answer practical questions and challenges that our constituents have right around the world. So thanks very much for your attention. We're going to break for a few minutes now, and we're going to be back here, I think, quite quickly. Marine, isn't that right? In 20 minutes. On the button.
Sorry. The organizing team would like to invite everyone to have a fruit party at the beach. So we're going to have like 20 minutes? Yes. So everyone can explore our beach. Yeah, have the beach time. Yeah, no, right now. It's a break time.
All right, thanks very much. Thank you.
Memorize the First World Science event reminded us about the noble pride of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. Bây giờ First World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. để vì ổn định là chúng ta bắt đầu như lệ thắp đuốc khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. which memorialized the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Rồi bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Định, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
the last session, and of course I know the influence of the jet lag, so we'll try to make it we'll try to make it as efficient as possible. And we have two speakers. They are going to join with us from virtually. But the title of this session is Legislative Best Practices. So I would like to start by giving an overview about what we are talking about. I would like to explain again something in the IPU which is very important. The members of the IPU are 179 parliaments. In each parliament, you have a parliamentary committee that it is related and deals and concerned about water. Either it's under the name of the Committee on Water or Agriculture or Development, but water is a very important part in those committees. Normally, the committees on water, they work and oversight the work of the ministries of work, of water and irrigation, and also of agriculture. So basically you have 179 national bodies relates and concerned about water, which tells you that anything that we are discussing here, in 1 week's time, it will be distributed on 179 parliament, 179 parliamentary committees. I would like to emphasize, if we talk about parliamentary and parliamentary work, I would like to tell you that if we are always going to talk theories with no any application, so everything will be really useless. Application is a project. Application, for all what we said, is a real water on the table. In CERN in December, we were talking about the theoretical part, which is what is science, what is big science, what is politics. But we also talked about the applied part. What is the reason of all what we're doing right now? Besides visiting this amazing place, meeting with wonderful people, creating a parliamentary community of experts. But as a matter of fact, the reasons are very simple. We need a project in Palestine, territories, and another one in the Sahel countries. Both of them, they have a peace significance. In the Sahel countries, where we are honored to have the Secretary General of the G5 Sahel, members from the Sahel countries, I am happy that Burkina joined today. They came all the way from Burkina, and they came all the way from the Sahel countries to let us always remember that they have also the need of water. The water scarcity in the Sahel countries is the reason, I can tell you easily, is the reason for terrorism. You tell me how? It's the vacuum that is created by the non-existence of water in this area. It is the vacuum that is created by non-development in this area. This vacuum of power gives terrorist groups and non-state actors a place. If we look at Burkina, Burkina is facing an existential threat of terrorism. And they are here. They are here not only to talk, but to bring with them their case. Niger, we went there, we've seen how is the negotiations of water between terrorists and the local community, because they colonize the waterways. So the idea of our meeting here is to discuss modalities for parliamentarians and what is the good practices that we can change. In the end, as we say, and as we said, we are going to produce a good experience, good practices, to exchange practices. Something came to my mind when I was saying about the Palestinian territory and the project in the Palestinian territory. Well, it is very funny because Palestine and Israel, they are both neighbors, and there is still in the air this two-state solution. And Israel is the most advanced country in the world in water production, produce water, recycle water, and most important, in legislations. They have good legislations about water. They manage water with legislations. It's not only that we want from them the technology that they are going to provide us, but also we want from them the legislations that govern the water use on the local part. So I don't want to take much more time. We have two amazing speakers. Unfortunately, they are not with us. We have Ms. Samantha Murphy. She's the program manager and a consultant of the Innovation Cell of the United Nations Political and Peace Building Affairs. So, and also we have Ms. Christine, she's the Ms. Christine Tapasova, chairperson of the Administrative Board of Water Agency. And then we have, in the end, we have Dr. Karim Abdelrazid. He's the director of the Arab Parliamentary Diplomacy Center. This is the type of people that they give him an idea, he turn it to legislation. We call them, in our field of work, the mechanics of legislations, the technical of legislation. How can you take something and to turn it to a legislation which later on will be a law? So this is the work of Mr. Karim, and allow me, without taking much of your time, to present Ms. Samantha Murphy and to take the floor. Please go ahead, please.
Great, thank you so much for the introduction. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, please.
Okay. Well, my name is Samantha or Sammy Murphy, and I am a program manager consultant for the United Nations Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs Innovation Cells, the UNDPPA. And I'm very honored to be speaking with you all today. Unfortunately, I could not make it in person, but I'm still very glad that I could connect with you all in this virtual capacity. And I really love how it's an informal event with a lot of engagement. Although I won't be there, I hope that we can continue to engage with one another throughout the conference and thereafter. I'll first start by playing a brief video of the overview of our geospatial work at the Innovation Cell, and then I will follow that with a contextual presentation of this effort, and then open it up in the end for a demonstration and actually let you all play with the tooling. So without further ado, if we could play the video, that would be fantastic.
Je voudrais bien partager avec vous un clip, ce vidéo, pour vous informer
Have you ever thought about where our water comes from? Some of us buy bottles of it in supermarkets or open our taps and it just flows. But did you know that there are parts of the planet where water is so scarce that it can lead to conflict? Since the dawn of civilization, access to water has determined where humans can and can't live. And every year since then, we have looked to the sky to ask, will there be enough water to grow our food? Today, we can find the answer in the same place we've directed the question. At this moment, dozens of environmental satellites are orbiting the Earth above us. Many of them have been there for decades, collecting reams of data about our planet and its environment. But we have yet to fully realize the potential of this data. Until now. With recent advances in technology, machine learning, and data analysis, we can harness the satellite data to study environmental patterns in water-strapped nations, like Iraq. Take, for example, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, which have sustained lives since the beginning of agriculture. But in the last 100 years, population growth in places like the Tigris and Euphrates Valley have severely stressed this precious watershed, making Iraq especially sensitive to water insecurity. The United Nations and a team of scientists from around the world are harnessing data sets collected by environmental monitoring satellites to study water scarcity throughout Iraq. And when we compare this data with news of localized conflict, we can better understand how water shortages and social strife might interconnect. This enables the UN to predict water trends and guide policymakers and local governments on how to prepare for possible future scenarios. This insight allows the UN and its local partners to take action ahead of time, preserving regional stability and potentially saving lives. The same approach is also being applied to other parts of the world to study conflict, migration patterns, and food security. Every year, fresh water is becoming scarcer, but data is becoming more abundant. By connecting the data above us to the problems around us, the UN and its local partners can take action ahead of time, preserving regional stability and potentially saving lives. So we notice and act on water scarcity issues before they become crises. Making the right connections can make all the difference.
Donc ça c'est le message de Pepe Bray. Merci, merci de votre attention.
Great. Can everybody now see the screen? Excellent. And now we're all very still, so I can't really see too much going on. But I hope you enjoyed the brief video appetizer. Today I'll be talking about GeoGuard, which is our geospatial dashboard that helps us monitor water security from space in the context of Iraq and the 11 countries of Central Africa. So I'll provide a little context of what exactly the Innovation Cell is. We are still a relatively young subdivision, only established in around 2018. We really function as a think tank or innovation engine for the DPPA as well as other special political missions and country teams within the UN system. And our purpose is to pilot emerging technologies, and this, of course, we have a broad definition of what technology encompasses for the service of conflict monitoring and ultimately prediction in order to prevent conflict and build durable peace. So today I'll be talking about our geospatial efforts, again called GeoGuard. And before we get into that, I just wanted to demystify a little bit about geospatial data. So in the context of this project, we are not using high-resolution imagery, any optical images. We are actually leveraging open-source data. And there are a variety of reasons for doing this. First and foremost, these satellite programs have been publicly available, so they are free and have global coverage for decades, which provides us a really critical multi-decadal historical horizon that we can look at environmental trends. So this is a quick snapshot of our interface, and I'll also be providing a quick demo afterwards as well. But essentially we have a few main components of the dashboard, which include a mapping functionality, a graph which you can expand to see historical trends between different water availability indicators, and of course a timeline. So we really built this with usability in mind to be fit for purpose for a wide range of users. So this includes high-level decision makers as well as the more technical practitioners. Currently, I'll be showing us snippets of the Iraq and Central Africa dashboards. And I just want to emphasize that this tool has a range of impacts from the subnational level with the ability to look at data at two administrative boundaries, the governorate and district levels, as well as look at comparisons between different regions and countries, maybe critical ecologies, areas along transborder water resources, and beyond just providing immediate insight into these areas, of Iraq and Central Africa. We think that this is also something that will contribute to global climate action and science, because we are creating a repository of data in some of the most data-scarce regions and in regions such as the Congo Basin that are really significant carbon reservoirs. And this type of data can help galvanize for further resources around climate action. So I'll go over some general use cases. Again, we built this with a range of users in mind, with a range of technical abilities. So we wanted it to support immediate analysis of regional water availability levels for policy analysts, maybe for different weekly, annual briefings, just providing a situational report, as well as maybe climate security advisors or other colleagues that work in climate security more specifically, that have their own climate security context, maybe can use this tooling to support the validation of different hypotheses or different area-specific analyses. And finally, we also have an export capability where you can take the data out of the interface into a CSV file and ingest it into maybe proprietary modeling or computational efforts that you might have ongoing in your teams. You can give it to different librarians or hydrologists and produce your own maps and further data visualizations or analyses. And something I'll note on this is I won't be presenting it during this session, but we are actually working with a few modelers from around the world to start to move more to the early action, early warning space by doing predictive modeling based on this data. So broad things that you can do with this dashboard are look at maybe the water availability trends before or after different policies or programs were implemented in order to benchmark success, really validate if certain methods are working or not working. And you can also look at different natural disasters, say a flood event, and see what the long-term impact precipitation to see if it looks like there might be a drought or other type of natural disaster in the near future. We have the ability to aggregate data for specific regions, so you could look at averages for all the regions that grow wheat, or all the regions that have high IDP counts, or that are encompass a critical basin such as the Congo or Lake Chad Basin. And of course, keeping with today's theme, you can use this to understand transboundary resources, a little bit more granularity and a lot more historical data. So I'm going to provide two quick case studies, but I want to leave enough time for everyone to kind of ideate and explore the tool on their own, and just want to note there are many, many case studies that you can use this dashboard to help answer, provide greater insight to. There's millions of data points across the two data sets, so you can sometimes, if you don't even have a hypothesis or a question, you can let the data point to that. But in this instance, I will be talking about interprovincial water disputes, water quotas. This was a case that I just found in a water basin security report between two different provinces in Iraq. And the beauty of having our data aggregated to the administrative boundary levels, that two subnational levels, is that you can actually see the trends over time for these specific provinces in order to help support multilateral data ownership and action in water security management. So something that you can see immediately is a pretty drastic decrease in water for this province in particular over around a decade, but things are looking hopeful. We see a little bit of increase starting in 2019. I just want to note also that this is a screenshot of the Iraq dashboard, and the Central Africa dashboard has a few different indicators and abilities. Eventually, they will both have the same capabilities, the same indicators and data recency, but we're actually going to be updating this dashboard today, so it might not look like this in a few months. A second case study I wanted to highlight was actually that of the advisor at UNOCA.
Data helps us make sense of this ever-changing world. We need it for the prevention of conflict, efforts towards sustaining peace, and measuring the impact of our work. The Peace and Security Data Hub contains information on peace agreements, peace-building projects, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, Security Council practices, and other related issues. The Data Hub is a central repository for our activities and makes UN data more accessible as a public good. Our aim is to put data front and center. The Hub is a critical starting point for an upgrade of our analytical capacity. The Hub also provides examples that explain how we use data for better analysis, planning, and decision
Everyone hear
making.
the audio?
Un clip sur YouTube. Voilà, maintenant, le calme revient. Merci. On va continuer. Veuillez bien nous excuser.
Checking the audio.
You are back on, Samantha. Please go ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
Donc là, je
Nearly
vous
done.
invite à continuer. Nous avons pu maîtriser le système.
So back where we left off,
Le système
a
général.
climate security advisor from UNOCA actually used this dashboard in order to validate that in 2022 there was an increase of internal displacement around the Lake Chad region, and other than presupposed Boko Haram presence and violent conflict, it was found that a lot of this displacement was driven by intense flooding due to heavy rains. So we can actually see this visualized in the dashboard. We have a multiple, sorry about that. We have a multiple region select capability, which allows us to highlight all the regions around Lake Chad and then look at the precipitation increase. Something I'll also note is that our data accounts for seasonality. Of course, there will be less water in the dry season or the summer as opposed to the wet season. So what we do is we compare all of the dry seasons against the dry seasons, all of the Julys to all of Julys throughout the 20 or so years of data that we have to figure out which July is particularly bad in water scarcity. So this gives us a sense of normal, historical average, if you will, for every single month in every single region within the dashboard that we can then compare more recent data with to see if there are anomalies or if there's high variances from what we can typically expect from that region. So I'll leave this up for 1 second. You can take a photo if you'd like to reach out. I just really want to reiterate that I would love to engage with everyone here on an individual basis or even with your respective teams, your colleagues. Throughout this conference, I know you have a pretty packed schedule, but if you find time as well as afterwards, so please reach out at any time. I will then be showing you a slide that provides access details, and this is for a temporary access token. If you are interested in gaining further access, maybe to support your own analyses, then just reach out to me and we can facilitate that very easily. The only reason why we don't have it fully open access right now is because it's in the beta testing user testing stage, and we just want to make sure we can ensure data quality before. So again, throughout this presentation, I hope people are thinking of different ideas, maybe things that are that work, things that don't work, suggestions, etc. Because we are very open to a process of co-design and hearing from you all what would make it more fit for purpose. So without further ado, everyone can try to log onto the dashboard themselves right now. I'll leave this on for a few more seconds, and then I'll actually provide a demonstration of the dashboard so you can click through it as I show you basic navigation. Hopefully it works. Please let me know if the temporary token is experiencing technical difficulties.
Donc n'hésitez pas à contacter, à accéder à ça. Merci.
Okay, great. Okay, so very briefly, I will walk us through the dashboard interface. This is the Central Africa Geospatial Dashboard. As you see, there are many regions and sub-regions. So this equates to millions of data points over around 2 decades. The temporal horizons of each indicator vary a little bit, but you can look at the timelines when you click on each indicator. That is correlated to water availability, water supply, water demand. And we actually have little tooltips included as well that provide greater detail as to who the data providers are, what satellites and sensors are used, what the temporal spatial resolution is, etc. Just for extra data integrity and assurance. And we can look at different indicators, and then they will automatically populate on the graph, as well as toggle to different timelines of interest. All the data is, again, averaged to the monthly levels. We have a value for every month-year combination throughout the timeline for every single admin gallery. And when you click on a specific area, a graph will actually pop up that shows you raw data, the historical averages. So this should look pretty cyclic because every January will be the same, every February will be the same. This is the average across the temporal horizon, as well as look at the variances. So I think this tells the best story. And if you are someone who doesn't want to dive too much into the data, you don't have that much technical expert data analysis expertise, I would really just look at the variance to see broader trends in availability or scarcity over time. And of course, you can download this as a CSV, and you can also look at just one region, look at multiple regions, and then evaluate the composite score. So say there's a critical zone, you can look at the averages there, and then you can also look at multiple indicators at once. So, for example, you could proxy for climate volatility by looking at temperature and precipitation in a specific region and begin to understand those general trends there. Last thing I'll note is that in the Iraq dashboard, we have the ability to translate this all in Arabic, and we are working on translating the Central Africa dashboard into French. So that should be coming soon. We have a lot more updates slated for 2024, so I will keep you all apprised, but this is just a taste of what is to come, and I'm very excited to hear feedback and engage with you all in a very informal discussion.
Sur la base desquels les chercheurs pourront travailler.
I'll put my contact information back on the slide, but thank you all, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Je vous ai fourni les informations pour contact. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
It is, first of all, I would like to thank you on behalf of the participants. And I would like to thank also my colleagues, Marine and Tasneem, who introduced us to explore GeoGuard. It's a wonderful presentation and it helps a lot. For example, you started by Iraq, and Iraq is a serious problem. We received lots of complaints from the situation of water in Iraq, basically for cross-boundary reasons, the same that we are receiving from Syria, also cross-boundary reasons. And we are happy to see about Lake Chad. The lack of investment in Lake Chad gave the Africans in the Sahel not a positive idea about how the world is dealing with Africa and the Sahel itself. But seeing the data that you are providing, I wonder what is stopping the world to invest and to address this issue. I will start by asking two simple questions after thanking you, the mentor, about everything. First, do you have the same that you did to Sahel, to Chad, the Lake Chad, for the Sahel region? Secondly, what do you expect from your work regarding how can the parliamentarians benefit from your work? Number 3, what is the projects? What is after giving the data? So what is the second after collecting the data? And what is after this? What is the other step? And of course, as I am the moderator, so I'm asking all the questions, you know. I'm sorry, I'm taking the mic, but I'm opening the floor right now for other questions that to be answered with the 3 questions that we talked about. So the floor is open. Yes, I have Honorable Dennis. Yes, please.
Sami, thanks for your presentation, which was really impressive. I want to ask you about the CSV file. So we can take the data that you've generated here. It's open access data when it does eventually go live. And we had a presentation here earlier on in relation to the growing of crops in Fiji because of water scarcity, that they're altering the crops that they grow there. We also had a presentation in relation to when rice crops would be grown in Vietnam because of changes in the flood season as a result of the flow of the river. With this technology and the data that's been generated from this through the CSV file, is it possible to take that information and then apply it to agroeconomics in terms of when crops should be grown, where crops should be grown, and what crops should be grown? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the wonderful question, Dennis. It's great to hear from you. So I just want to inform everyone I have slight audio issues, but I think I can hear the majority of what everyone's saying. So I might just have to ask again, we're also for help at some points. But from my understanding, we are wondering if we can use this data for agroeconomics and for forecasting where and when and how best to grow crops based on environmental conditions. So the answer is that we actually have an ongoing geospatial dashboard for Northeast Asia that we cannot open source as of yet. It's a little bit more sensitive, but in that capacity, we're working with agricultural modelers from around the world and are developing agricultural modeling capabilities, looking at stable crops such as maize, rice, etc., and their different cultivars in order to see basically how floods and droughts and different environmental conditions may impact the suitability of different crops as well as forecast their yields. So this is an ongoing project. I can't speak to the success of it so far, but what I can say is that the novelty of this geospatial methodology is that we have built a data pipeline that allows us to build up geospatial data dashboards for different regions of the world. And every time we develop a new capability, it is then reapplied throughout the pipeline and can enhance the other respective regions. So once that agricultural modeling comes online, it will actually be transferable to the other products as well. Something I'll add is in the context of Central Africa, we are also trying to model transhumance probabilities and transhumance related conflict. I'm sure everyone already knows what transhumance is, but it's just to clarify, in case not, seasonal pastoral migration. So we're actually working on various modeling efforts for each regional context, and then we hope in the next year or couple years we will be able to showcase that across all of our dashboards. But as of right now, you could export the CSV, you could run simple regressions, you could compare. For example, I did a case analysis before on regions that grow, that are the highest wheat producing regions, for example. And then I just looked at water availability there, especially if there's been different policies about wanting to increase or decrease growing wheat because of decreased precipitation, or switching from irrigation to rain-dependent crops. So it's a long-winded answer, but yes, maybe not immediately, but we can also work together to manipulate the data to get to those answers. And then as for the other questions before, I couldn't hear those too well, but do we have data for throughout the Sahel? As of right now, we just have the 11 countries of Central Africa. We are planning an expansion. Again, a little sensitive right now, but worth noting to a few other countries in Western Africa. So we will keep you apprised. Again, the geospatial pipeline that we built makes it very easy to add new countries. So if there's different support from various stakeholders, then it would be relatively cost-effective and time efficient to do so. And what do I expect from parliamentarians? Would just am really honored to be presenting this to you, to be sensitizing the tool, giving it greater visibility, and hearing your feedback. We embrace scrutiny, we embrace all sorts of ideas, so please let us know what your thoughts are, as well as other potential use cases or suggestions. Right now, it's because it's still relatively recently developed, we are keeping it mostly UN internal, but we eventually want this tool to be used by line ministries, even NGOs, the academics, the whole range of stakeholders, multilateral stakeholders within these regional contexts. I'll pause there.
So thank you very much. I see no other questions. Samantha, thank you very much. I believe that the best road of action is that we coordinate together, we present your data, we try to make a work together, a program together, putting the attention on a certain area. It will be very good. Having a program together to provide data for an area for us that we see it's the most important, like Sahel, for example, that will be a project that we will be very happy to study. Again, thank you very much for your presentation, and we hope to cooperate we hope to cooperate as soon as we can. I thank also my colleagues who introduced us to your unit. Right now we have Miss Christine Tapasoba, and I hope that I am announcing the name right. Thank you, Samantha. So Miss Christine Tapasoba, she's the chairperson of the administrative board for Gorama Water Agency. So the floor is all yours, and thank you very much for joining us in our meeting.
Bonjour tout le monde. Vous me recevez?
Yes, Christine. Oui, Christine, on peut vous entendre en fait.
Ok, parfait. D'accord, donc je suis Christine Ouedraogo Tapsoba.
Juste une seconde, Christine.
Je suis du Burkina Faso. Et je suis très heureuse de pouvoir interagir avec vous sur la législation en matière de l'eau au Burkina Faso. Je vais m'entretenir avec vous sur la problématique.
Juste une seconde, Christine, s'il vous plaît.
Au Burkina Faso, et qui est un peu similaire à celle des autres pays du Sahel. Et ensuite, nous allons faire la situation de ce qui est disponible au Burkina Faso. Diapo. Vous pouvez changer? Allô? Vous pouvez changer de diapo?
Tout de suite.
Diapo suivant. Vous me suivez? Voilà, c'est parfait. Encore diapo, parce que là, c'est le sommet. Diapo. Voilà la situation des ressources en eau, la situation des demandes. Et ensuite, nous allons nous attarder un peu sur les bonnes pratiques et nous terminerons par les défis. Si c'est un peu rapide, vous pouvez m'arrêter. La problématique au niveau du Burkina, nous avons une pluviométrie qui est assez faible et aléatoire. Donc, si vous prenez le pays, vous avez une partie du pays, la partie au sud, qui est assez bien arrosée, avec une pluviométrie pouvant aller à 1200 mm par an, et un peu vers le nord, vous avez une pluviométrie inférieure à 600 mm. Et à cela, il faut ajouter la géologie. La géologie du Burkina, qui n'est pas, et un peu partout au Sahel, qui n'est pas vraiment très favorable à la production d'eau. Vous avez une grande partie constituée de roches cristallines et une très faible partie composée de sédiments qui est un peu plus favorable en termes de production d'eau. Et à cela, il faut ajouter les effets des changements climatiques avec leur corollaire d'événements extrêmes tels que la sécheresse et les inondations. Et tout ceci pose le problème pour satisfaire les usages. Les usages qui sont souvent conflictuels. Vous avez les gros consommateurs comme les industries et la grande irrigation. Et il faut dire que l'économie de notre pays qui repose beaucoup sur l'agriculture, donc on a vraiment recours à la ressource en eau pour irriguer et produire en toute saison. Donc vous voyez ce que nous avons comme ressources au niveau de notre pays, c'est à peu près 12 000 milliards de mètres cubes. Et les demandes, vous avez 2500 millions de mètres cubes environ. Et là-dessus, sur ces ressources disponibles, vous avez à peu près 80% qui est destiné aux industries et les 20% pour les autres usages.
Và cái 80% nguồn nước được sử dụng trong công nghiệp. Vì thế mà cần có một sự phối hợp tốt để có thể tận dụng cái nguồn nước, và nghĩa là dùng nước có thể dùng nước hợp lý hơn. Và ở đây vấn đề đối với người làm luật, và công việc cho người làm luật không phải dễ dàng, liên quan đến nước, luật pháp, các cái quy chế quy định, và có thể công việc về của người làm luật là tạo điều kiện làm sao sử dụng nước cho nó đúng một cách phù hợp. Chúng tôi đang thực thi rất tốt về vấn đề và sử dụng tài nguyên nước. Cách thực thi đúng sử dụng tài nguyên nước ở Burkina Faso. Chúng tôi có những văn bản luật phù hợp do người làm luật có ý thức về vấn đề nước, liên quan đến nước, và điều đó được bộc lộ thể hiện qua hiến pháp. Có những văn bản luật dành cho vấn đề mà cái quyền tiếp cận nước. Và cái việc tiếp cận nước này đã được tạo điều kiện bởi những người làm luật. Chúng tôi có một luật khác, nó liên quan đến vấn đề quản trị nguồn nước.
So, the condition for the water use. And the coordination and the management of the use of the water sources. So that should be within our capacity. So the coordination of the water sources. So we have an approach of the region-based water management, and the planning for the building of for the development of the water sources on the basis of the very specific characteristics of use of the water usage in Burkina Faso. That's very important that we have to pay a lot of the attention to. We have to properly manage in order to satisfy the water needs of the people of Burkina Faso. And we have 5 water governance, water source governance agency, and we have a central agency specializing in water allocation management. And for the proper water usage, the people have to submit the proper usage plan. And it is very important for us to be able to utilize the water plans. And there should be the master plan for the water source management. And for the water sources to be explored, the proper measures for the protection of the water source at the same time. And you can see at the end of the day, the ultimate see is that that's the management of the 2,500 million for a cubic meter of water. So you can see, according to this law, 80% for industry and 20% for agricultural sector, in which 64% for irrigations, and 21% for the domestic use, and 40% dedicated to the average use of water. That's very important, that the law is to be about comply with. So we did have to mobilize. So the industry needs to properly use the water for the prosperity, the economic development.
Et nous sommes dans la dynamique pour opérationnaliser les autres aspects, notamment ceux qui doivent
and the maximal use of the system of the water sources.
Taxe qui est vraiment très très importante pour nous en matière de suivi et de protection des ressources en développement.
And we have imposed the proper taxes and fees for the use of water. So we have a task force on the water use who's in charge of the implementation of the policy for water use. And this is about the respect for the proper use of water. So it is thanks to the fact that we have the proper laws and the regulations and policies in place. So we do have proper oversight of the water sources. And the dwelling of the water source. So in case for a dwelling of water, so there must be a permit for this activity. And this activity for the community, it is necessary for the allowance for the permit from the leader. Well, thank you for the presentation from my colleague from Burkina Faso. Thank you for your listening. That's a number of the challenges in the relation to water sources in our country. So this is a report on the water issues and the measures that we deploy in the modernizations of the water provision, water supply system. So thank you for your listening. Thôi chúng ta có thể thấy là chúng tôi có một câu hỏi ở đây. Vâng, thì liệu chúng ta có thể hoãn cái phần trình bày của chúng ta. Và bây giờ cũng đã đến giờ kết thúc rồi đúng không? Vâng, thì chúng ta có thể có lẽ để cái phần bài trình bày này vào ngày mai được không? Ok. Vâng, bây giờ thì có lẽ là chúng ta cũng vâng, rất cảm ơn.
Je voudrais rapidement rappeler qu'au niveau du Sahel, effectivement, la question de l'eau
So you heard the question.
Les 5 pays qui composent le G5 Sahel, et tous ces pays ont une législation pour le cadre
So all the
la loi d'orientation qui a été adoptée depuis 2000.
so the issues related to water.
Au Mali, il s'agit carrément d'un code. Le Mali a adopté en 2006 un code important sur la gestion de
And
l'eau.
the report in
Au Tchad, c'est une loi
2006.
Une loi d'orientation qui a été adoptée en 1999. Et en Mauritanie,
So the management of the water
une loi a
source
été adoptée
in 2005.
carrément un code en Mauritanie sur l'eau. Et en 1998, le Niger aussi avait
And Nigeria also has a law on the water source management.
non seulement la mise en œuvre de ces textes, mais également le manque d'infrastructures hydriques, le manque d'infrastructures hydroélectriques. Et
So the problem is in the infrastructure for the implementation.
moins de 5% des ressources en eau sont exploitées au Sahel.
So we have about 5% of the water source. 5%, less than 5% of the water source are now exposed in the sub-Saharan area. So we have these kind of data collected from different sources. Well, irrigation is very important because only 3% of the agricultural land are receiving the proper water allocation. So 40% of the population are now facing with the malnutrition in Israel, and 300 million people in sub-Saharan are now facing with a lot of the difficulties. So you can see the impact, right? It is necessary for the policy for the application for Sahara Desert, for Africa. So for the better management of the water source. But unfortunately, such policy have not received the proper attention. So the result is the 70% of the people don't have the proper sanitary facilities. So the environmental pollution and that's so a bit of the information that we may add to the current situation of the water use so in Africa and in the sub-Saharan desert. So this is the global issue and solving the water source related issues. And now the young people are now under significant impact. Rất cảm ơn. Chúng ta cũng đã có gọi là một ngày đầu tiên rồi, rất thành công. Và chúng ta có thể thấy là gì, chúng ta vẫn còn gọi là 2 ngày nữa. Đây là cái đợt đàm phán, trao đổi thông tin và chúng ta có thể thấy là gì là quan trọng là tất cả những cái thảo luận như thế này để xây dựng năng lực của tất cả chúng ta để chúng ta có thể có nhiều gọi là tri thức hơn. Vâng, thế thì rõ ràng là gì chúng ta cũng đã có các thông tin để cho bữa tối ngày hôm nay. Hy vọng là tất cả các bạn cũng sẽ có một cái buổi tối tuyệt vời ở Quy Nhơn. Các bạn ngày mai finally hỗ trợ khách sạn.
Không hiểu, giờ chắc là ở vị trí xe cộ.
Có xe đi về khách sạn sẽ tối.
Là khách sạn để tối.
Đầu tiên thì mới mệt, chứ còn đến ngày thứ hai thì nó đỡ mệt rồi. Sáng mai thì không phải đi sớm nữa thôi đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Mai cứ đi theo đại biểu thôi. Đến trước. Đúng rồi. Sáng nay 6 giờ đã dậy.
Đấy, sáng nay thì dậy sớm, chỗ ăn sáng. Mai 9 giờ bắt đầu thì 8 giờ đi là đi thôi.